lovely. Oh, where am I? Lowly, if we move. Hello, if we move. I am adore, lele. Ido kwa samaka onyoma odika powder. Ido kwa samuku onyoma odika fomu. Ido kwa samishi onyoma odika pilo. Oh lo aturu bwebule wakamwa iwariwo. Ice Rosa Olerio, Rosanna Olerio, Adikadimba. Adure Olerio, Aturubwe bule waka wa iurio. Adure lele. Ido kwasamaka onyoma odika powder. Ido kwasamuku onyoma odika fomu. Ido kwasamishi onyoma odika pilo. Oh lo aturubwe bule waka Opudelio nyekelaniyo. Olisa malugonko ene menedua. Opudelio nyekelaniyo. Chukuna malugo yobia diocha. Agaranya chogo kowe bili. Agaranya chogo kowe rienio. Owe chuku bezie chuku. Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo. Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo. Ni fosolo ne ase alibazie. Oboye bebe agaranya muliba. Oboye wuru agaranya mebibe solea. Mano agaranya mua. Oboye afiozie nipakwa. Agaranya chogo kowe bili. Agaranya chogo kowe rienio. Oboye chikubezio lisa. Kodili bemo. Kodili wakema, kodili wanima. Naino kwane we pelu. Kodili bemo. Kodili kemo, kodili heyo. Ibedwe me wanem. Nikadiezi bohimo. Nekwe kona bia Nanya na kebe Nekwe kona bia Ebem jelu ekweje Gwanu mi femgeme Omuwa watanu Gwanu mi femgeme Ejim gugwo Ekwe mbadike ekwe ekwe mgbadike ekwe anọkwa mbe m ijelụbịa anọkwa mbe m ijelụbịa iwe bụ akpa ego wee bịa iwe dọkwasị m n'ụkwụ iwe na-ayọ m wee jụ iwe na-ebe akwa ị na-ebe akwa onye na-eti gị ekwe mgbadike ekwe onye ibe m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya onye ife m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya selense.
Hello, welcome to a special edition of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo, and we're coming to you live from New York City. It's Sunday, October the 5th. It's 1:39 p.m. here in New York City. And our guest, you all know, is a spirit. So we are waiting for our guest to be here. He promised that he will be here very soon. We're expecting him. And before he comes in, let me just say hello to a special friend of the show. He's not expecting this, but he's here for this special occasion. Let's see. Dr. Mo. I know you didn't. Welcome.
How are we doing?
Good. Thank you so much. Our guest today is a spirit and in human flesh. So he's running late, but he will be here in the next 5 minutes. So I just wanted to say hello to you as we wait for him to join us. Do you have a radio playing there?
Huh?
No, do you have radio playing? I'm hearing.
I think it's the TV. Trying to watch some soccer, but I've done enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Okay, good. Yeah, he's very excited. I spoke to him last night, and he's there's some. I think some spirits came out from the shrine, and he's taking care of them.
Okay.
He's taking care of them before he comes on. But he's really open to having conversation about everything. Everything. Chris, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good evening, Rudolph. I'm looking forward to this particular show. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, a lot of people are interested in knowing what.
Yes, I'm seriously interested. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Hi, Ogamo. Okay, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So yes, the challenge is to balance it. We're trying to, and I'm maybe you'll be my co-host. I've been talking about co-host who is on assignment. Maybe today you co-host, because we want to talk about Igbo cosmology, and you know this more than I do. About our culture and what has happened to the Igbo belief system that was in place before the colonial period. And there are young people who are trying to reactivate those cultural practices, and so it's something that I know you are well versed in those conversations.
Yeah, I tried. I tried. So no one can claim to know the ways of the spirit. No one.
Mm.
Okay. The first truth I've heard from the Catholic Church was very simple. And it's in the Igbo Catechism. It says, Chukwu bụ mmụọ. That says it all. God is spirit. Since people started drinking tea with God and visiting God with Range Rovers, I just said to myself, something has gone wrong. So we just can't claim what we do not know. We work with what we know. Okay, so we shouldn't be against each other. If your prophet is great, he did something nice, fine. I believed in Christ. He said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. What could be heard about that? So we're just fighting for nothing. Actually, nothing. We don't know. Nobody has gone there. We sent out the Voyager since 1970s. It's still traveling and met no one. Nothing. In fact, we're not expecting Atlas 31 to come through and keep moving. We don't know. So everything we discuss should be in that prism that we're just trying to make sense of the life that we live, instead of claiming that you know it all. By the way, congratulations on yesterday's lady that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, she broke it down.
She nailed it, man. She nailed it.
Yeah, you know, it's like just like the issue yesterday about being conservative, wanting things to remain the same, and in a world that is changing. Also for the Igbo people, I was talking to our guest. He will soon be here, and he was talking about people who take other titles and then move away from their hometown, the place that they're supposed to be priests or whatever it comes with, and go abroad and live, whether they maintain that that position as being an Ozo in New York. Not to talk about the chiefs and the kings and the other ones. so these are some of the issues that he's open to talking about those things and his own understanding. And he's just 28, you know.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's good we talk about this, but the fact is, actually, somebody was telling me this morning if about the Archbishop, whether the Catholic Church will move a little bit towards embracing women. And I said, no, Francis tried it. He got a very big pushback. I don't know if you guys know this. With homosexuals and things, he got a very big pushback and stopped. He's gone. This guy's in. So in our own case, we have to learn to live with the times. My grandfather was the last Ozo of my town. Nobody has taken it since then. He's very demanding.
Your grandfather?
Yes, was the last Ozo of my town. Since he died, nobody has taken the Ozo title. Some towns have tried to reactivate it in their own way. Get somebody from Umuri to come and initiate. And of course, the Ichi, this face scarification is gone. You no longer do that. So why don't you see that in a positive version? If you live in New York, you don't have somebody beating the gong for you to eat every time. You don't have to wear skirt and tie a red drape on your neck. You don't have to. Nobody's going to kidnap you or enslave you. Okay, this is how to change, but the fact is that nobody is documenting it. There's no central authority that is kind of meeting and discussing these things. If you look at the internet, most content creators now of the Omenane, Buezioku, and some other things, they do their own thing. There's no central body to say, hey guys, this one is not going to work. This one is not fair. Even the Soludo thing that we'll get into, the Oki 13 is done in Pentecostal churches. They give you something to wear, something to put in your house, something. It doesn't have to be a big pot of smelling stuff. No, every little thing will kind of give you the faith to do something that you will not ordinarily do. That is all there is to it. So you can be in New York and be an Ozo. You can be in Alaska and be an Ozo.
All right.
Because Ozo is more fundamental than wearing stuff.
Our guest is here, and we are going to go live. And then I'll briefly, I don't have a lot of questions for him. I want this to be interactive as much. We all are looking forward to. So let me bring him in, and we will begin the conversation.
I don't want to be Piccolo.
Daalụ. Afa m bụ Nze Tobe Osigwe, eze ụmụ okolobịa, eze ikolo mmụọ. Daalụ. If you now, I want to explain more on Ifozom. I know that you people have been watching my other videos from Mbenjewelu Okwani Nnewi, the Muozo, to the visit of visit to Igwe Nnewi, Igwe Nnewi, Obi Nnewi, Papala Nnewi, all the places I visited as the tradition and rights of Ishiozon Nnewi demands. So we are coming almost to the end of the whole program. This, if I know now, the main issues of proper, which I have done, is just can cover in a way that those who want to learn more about Igbo culture will understand. Thank you. This also initiation ceremony is not a very big event. The big event in Ichiozo is Isin Nyozo. That's the last procedure. I've not gotten to that one. Now. It might take me months. Isin Nyozo Makana Kwadi Akwado, all Nukumeme. That's the meaning of that Igbo adage. Adage Hapeba Nichiozo, Joeba Nalu, Makeba Nichiozo, Isin Nyozo, all Nukumeme. Everybody shows her hand in this is in Nyozo. Nyozo is a very big event. So Mananke Meluna Ichiwe Mozo is not a big event, it's a very small event. So then I invite those who are invited for this particular wall. It's in the Chinos, EAGs in the Chilozo. It's not a must, all of them. Abia. This morning and also they are supposed to witness this here also. Then your family members, and your friends, just not like all your family members and not all like your friends. They are the
All right, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on this special edition of 90 Minutes Africa. We have as our guest a writer, a filmmaker, dibia. He is also an also title holder from Nnewi. He graduated from theater arts at the University of Nigeria and Nsukka. He is in the studio. He's having small technical problems. He comes in and he will go out. We will connect with him as soon as he's ready. He's also a head writer at one point. He started in Nollywood and rose to the point of being the head writer of this popular show, the Jack Johnsons. He's trying to switch his internet connection so that will join us. Let's take a look at the Johnsons.
Not be less privileged.
Don't blame you. Once they just notice that I have one small cash that I want to use for something else, they'll bring one bill. Look at this, 60,000. Wow. This is what I can afford. That's 50,000 naira.
I not fit take my hand touch am. This money not go reach me by anything.
I beg your pardon.
Lucky, by the time I buy meat and one bag of rice, this money don't finish with that now.
You see? No, you see? That is where the problem is. Must you buy rice? Must you buy meat?
Hey!
Yes.
You say waiting?
Yes. Okay, assuming you insist on rice, that we must be eating rice, since we are now birds. Must you buy one bag of rice? Oh, they are trying to give you half a bag or a quarter. I know some families who buy all these cups. You know, they measure it like 5 cups, 10 cups.
right, we're happy to welcome to the show our special guest, Nze Tobe Osigwe. Welcome to the show.
Dalo, thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Doctor.
It's nice to have you. Thank you so much for being here. A lot of people are really interested in talking to you. So you are at Nnewi today?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay. How is Anambra State? Let me start from there.
Anambra is peaceful. Anambra is peaceful for those that want peace. You know, there shall be peace for those that want peace. So I believe that Anambra is relatively peaceful for those that want peace. So it's at my own end. I can only talk about Nnewi because a certain old man was asked about his family. He said they are fine when he left. He cannot talk right now. So I can only speak for Nnewi. Nnewi is relatively peaceful.
What about the upcoming election for governor? How is that playing out in the state?
Well, I think there is no tension. There is no tension because it appears the current governor might be the only contender. Other parties, I don't think, from the look of things, it appears he doesn't have strong contenders that will make him G3. So I just like a layman or someone that is just observing from a distance, this is what I can tell, that it appears that he is likely going to coast home to victory because you do not have strong contenders that can give him sleepless nights, or the people will say, okay, I think this person is a better choice to the current governor.
I know that the president was in the southeast last week. Did you watch the visit? How was he received?
I think it was Imo State. It was Imo State. So definitely, even if Imo State is on fire and the president decides to come, there is airport in Owerri. For example, some people were asking why the president didn't turn up in Abia State, but there is no direct airport in Abia State. So it means if the president wants to go to Abia State, he has to stop at Owerri and take a long journey, which might be some security risk, and pass through the dangerous Okigwe zone and several other areas. There might be security flashpoints. So I think that's one of the reasons left for me to say, okay, this is why he didn't go to Abia State. So for Imo State has an airport in Owerri, in the heart of at the outskirts of the capital. So he can just quickly dash into Owerri and commission, do his event, and the security will be tight. So I don't think anything significant. I don't see anything significant with the visit. It's a normal visit. I don't see how it's increased or decreased anything.
News reports from last week were saying things like that the Southeast is becoming calm since recent events around they mentioned Simon Eber's sentencing in Finland. They talked about Yahudi.
Yes.
Yahudi, I forgot the name. That whether he was arrested or not, but that things are coming down in the South.
You mean Gentle Yahoo?
Gentle the Yahoo, yeah. Gentle the Yahoo, yeah. So is it true? Are things coming down in the Southeast?
I think many Igbos are beginning to see, should I say, in fact, especially the communities that have been subjugated by these terrorists who are disguised as Biafran agitators. They're already tired of the whole thing. So some of them are beginning to see how they will rid their communities of these terrorist elements who are masquerading as Biafran agitators. So any news of the arrest of all these terrorists will kind of bring joy to those in that community, and also those people in that community will be more emboldened to start returning to their various communities. So we can see that some of these arrests and some of these kidnaps, and also people coming to the realization they have been scammed with this whole Biafra agitation, is helping people to, you know, go back to normalcy. However, someone like me is waiting till the day we stop sitting at home on Monday, till the day we stop sitting at home on Mondays and business and banks will open in our areas. That's when we say, okay, I think sense has finally returned. For now, is a gradual process. We are getting there. So we are getting back to normalcy, but we can't say there is normalcy till we stop Monday sit at home in all parts of Alibu.
Are you saying that people are still sitting at home every day, every Monday?
Now, I have 3 children. My first child is 7 years old. She started school in 2021. My last child is, I think, 4 years, and he started school 2 years ago. So my 3 children have not gone to school on Monday since they started school. So they don't know what it means to go to school on Monday. So you can understand the extent of the damage or the psychological damage, or if I should be permitted to use electoral term, I say the level of disenfranchisement, educational disenfranchisement that is going on in Southeast, or economic disenfranchisement that is going on in Southeast. Sometime last year, or was it 2 years ago, I was in Lagos with 2 people, with 2 relatives, and it was on a Monday, and they were shocked how everywhere is bustling and people are going about their normal activities, whereas we in Southeast have become accustomed with on Monday you sit at home, you are not going anywhere, you just walk within your streets and all that, then go back inside your house. So it's still a terrible situation in respect to sit at home in Southeast.
Now, let me ask you, you talked about Anambra State upcoming election, and that is more like Governor Soludo will get through without any serious challenge. Are you saying that P2B and the Labour Party, they are no longer a factor in Anambra State? Or?
Now, P2B is a popular personality, not a politician in the sense of being a politician, whereby you have a grounded structure. You know, I've wrote several articles in that, and I say that in my own personal opinion, I would have advised P2B not to contest come 2027, that he would have used that opportunity to build structure, build followers offline, not online. So P2B does not have structure in Anambra State right now. I'm talking about structure that can galvanize victory that is equivalent to his online popularity. So you must understand this. At times, when you are popular at times is not sexually transmitted, and also it cannot be inherited. You can be popular doesn't mean that you can use your popularity and influence people to do something. Let's take, for example, we have several entertainers that you are popular, that people are following you, that you have 10 million followers on Instagram, does not mean that you determine that you can influence the direction of presidential election or the governorship election in your state, despite people like you. The thing is that you are not the one contesting. Assuming you are the one contesting, that's where it will be a different kettle of fish. So P2B is not contesting. As far as P2B is not contesting, the love the people have for P2B is a totally different thing. Is there. It doesn't mean that love can be transferred to the people. P2B said, okay, support this person. Especially, it's not as if P2B is contesting that is a national election, that, okay, P2B is contesting for presidency or this post today. So if you are going to vote the party that is, vote anybody in that party for P2B. So let's not have any mistake. So that's not the issue here. So P2B don't have structure in Anambra State, political structure, not just in Anambra State, in several states across the nation. Most times we always try to play down on this reality, and we start screaming rigging. Yes, there are possibilities that you have been rigged, but we should also admit your own weakness. A chain is as strong as its weakest link. So we must admit that as far as P2B is concerned, despite he's from Anambra State, the Labour Party does not stand a chance to ABGA, a party that is rooted for almost 15 years or more in Anambra State, where it has a well-oiled and organized structure. You have people who are more interested in the party coming back to power than even the governors. You have many stakeholders who are more vested in victory. And these stakeholders tomorrow, if P2B says he wants to contest for presidency, they don't mind still voting for him for presidency. But as far as Anambra State governorship is concerned, they must protect their interests. So it's a different thing. This thing is very simple to understand for anybody who is on the street.
People in Anambra State also complain about how Soludo has been running the state. They mention things like activities of they call them Diakodo. What is it called? I'm not sure the official name of that group.
It's the state's official Agbero and Agune Chamber.
Agune Chamber is one, but official what? What do you call Agune Chamber?
Official Bakassi Force or judicial whatever. Outfit, security outfit. Now the thing is, anybody who is telling you that perhaps because Soludo came out harshly in 2022 in condemning P2B's candidature, I think that's where his problem started. Soludo just has a PR problem. Nobody can fault or he makes a lot of gaffes and or he's loquacious. But if you want to be honest, you can't just dismiss Soludo that he's not working. We have seen terrible governors in Anambra State, which Chimaroke Naman is the poster child. Not Chimaroke Badinuju is the poster child of bad governance, of what it will be. So if you talk about Soludo in terms of indices for gov administration, you wouldn't score him below average. You will score him above average. The only thing is that he overpromised that he will turn Anambra State into Dubai, Taiwan, and yet he has not been able to turn Anambra State even into Enugu. Talk less of Abuja. So aside that, he's trying. You don't expect a governor to use 3 years to perform magic or 4 years to perform magic. But in terms of infrastructure, he has been doing well. In terms of education, there is free education in Anambra State, which is a very big plus. People don't pay for WAEC, people don't pay for school fees. You might not understand the economic relief that brings in this time that we have the economic situation of Nigeria is in its lowest form ever. So in terms of agriculture, I can't see how I can score him so much. In terms of security is more hydra-headed. So it's not, there's a part that government needs to play, and there's a part the people also needs to play. The security forces need to work with information. You cannot be protecting criminal elements in your community and still be blaming the government that they are not working. You cannot legitimize terrorists and delegitimize the government of the day and expect the government of the day to work for you. You must understand that the terrorists, the security people, these people masquerading as agitators, or a lot of people who are embracing internet fraud, that they might be into some other things that might not really be internet fraud. So you cannot be glamorizing all those people and also expect the government to do what? To work, because it takes two to tango. For the government to rid the society of these bad elements, you must also help the government in achieving its function and carrying out its duty. So I think this is where we, the citizen, need to rise up to the occasion and also give the government confidence. Now that people are coming out to publicly condemn the activities of these people, government forces or all the security forces are now being more emboldened to do what? To fight terrorism, or to see how they can make Anambra State more secure. Then when you talk about the Akodo boys, they are the, like I said, they are the Agwus, the tax collectors or unofficial or official tax collectors of the state government. You must know that in Nigeria, paying tax is something that we are not really good at. So most times they use extortionist measures to get tax from motorists and all manner of people, sellers and traders and hawkers and artisans and all that. So the Akodo people are the official, what I call them, the official Aburu boys of the government that try to get tax from the people. And at times they will be overzealous in their duties. I've also called out the state government sometime, and I asked them that it's good to you train people. If you call people if you employ people, they need some certain level of training. That's why you're a professor. That's why you're an academician. There is some certain level of finesse that is expected from a professor than from anybody when the person is in government. For example, we talk about electoral fraud in Nigeria, and some people are drawing out that most returning officers and most, what do they call them, during elections, these are professors, these are vice chancellors. How come they are embedded in perpetuating or they flawlessly carry out electoral fraud? There are some things in fact, in trouble with Nigeria, Chinua Achebe even highlighted that we have seen cases where professors are brought into governance, yet they perform below average. That it speaks very ill of educated people being in government. So when someone who professes himself to be a professor and is actually a professor and a professor of international repute, there should be a kind of elevation in terms of administration. So we cannot say that we have really seen that elevation in terms of administration when it comes with the current governor of Anambra State. But nevertheless, we cannot still dismiss him that he's incompetent. No, he's not.
Okay. I was in Anambra State in June. I passed through the airport. I saw flyers or posters of the governor and the president when the president visited. Were you there during the visit? Did you go to see the president?
Well, I don't have any business in that kind of gathering. By my virtue or by my office as a dibia, we don't just go out what we will say anyhow. We don't just stand up and go out, and also we avoid crowd. So I find it very difficult to be seen where crowd will be. Then I cannot be in any political gathering of any form. I've said it severally that if you represent a traditional institution, you should try as much as possible to disassociate yourself from traditional gathering. You must give the office you occupy some level of respect. It's almost like saying that asking the Bishop of Anglican Diocese in Nnewi if he attended such events. I believe that he will not attend such events. And in my office as an Oyenze, I believe that I'm highly above the Bishop of Nnewi Diocese or Catholic Diocese. I'm above them because their own is a foreign bishop. My own is indigenous. So I cannot be in such event. If Tinubu wants to come to Nnewi and decides to see me, he's welcome to Obiezioku, where I preside. And if the governor also wants to see me, he can extend an invitation for a private visit, or he can as well also visit me in Nnewi. I cannot say that I'm not Nnamdi Kanu ka president or the governor Biafran. Majorly we na adalo no ka answer welcome more the president.
Okay, we are going to get into the work you do and how you do it in a moment, but let's get this thing cleared. You are there in Nnewi, and you have this position that the Biafrans, I see how they fight you on your social media platforms. How are you surviving there without the fear that something might happen?
Well, our people say, that's the child that will die, will die. If you are going to die, wherever you are, death will still locate you. But it doesn't mean that you should live your life carelessly. Now, that's number one. Number two is that many people who on social media are mob, they are cowards. Or some of us grew up fighting, and we know what it means to fight. And that's why most times we are telling them to slow down. Most people who are shouting Biafra, if the fight starts, they will be the first to take off. I'm telling you the honest truth. So it's easy. Most people who are always gunning for fights are cowards. Any person who has seen fights will not always be quick to fight. Then anybody who doesn't like fight but know the damage, the tragic nature involved in some certain things will always speak out. Our people will say na ekwu anụghị na-egbu azị. Then after I know that I may be young in age, but by the virtue of the office of being an Onyenze, I'm now an elder. So if I see something going wrong, I must speak, irrespective of the consequences or what will happen if you speak. But I believe that nothing is going to happen to me. My time has not come. Nevertheless, like I said, it doesn't mean that I'm careless with my movement or with how I live my life and all that. I'm not saying that I'm inviting anybody to come and test Ezekolo. No, I'm not extending that kind of invitation to anybody. But nevertheless, you must have the guts, you must have the gumption to call a spade a spade. I believe that one of the things that made Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of Britain, during the wartime, was for almost 10 years, he was telling the British people to watch out for Adolf Hitler, that he's going to make this move. Watch out for Germany, they're going to make this move. But when he was saying it, it was unpopular. But when push came to shove, the British people realized that it was this man that had been saying this for this particular time will be the right man for the job to stand up to Hitler. Nevertheless, we Igbos, I'm from Nnewi. I have seen Ejiro that boy in Nnewi. So you do not force an Oyen Nnewi to believe into something. No, you negotiate, you dialogue with Oyen Nnewi. And Igbos, traditionally, we are Republicans. Our system is dialogue driven. We don't understand that one person will say, and you say that Ekuchago, it's not possible. Say your own, let me say my own. So if you are saying you want Biafra, I'm trying to tell you I don't want it. I have to say it. It needs to be on record. My position needs to be on record. Yes, in democracy, they say the majority will have their way. But what did they say? That the minority must have their say. So I must have my say. I must tell you that, no, I do not believe in this thing. So I won't use because you people are claiming to be violent in nature. And I will not say my piece. No, it's not possible. It's not possible. It's not possible. I cannot be intimidated.
Now, the governor of Anambra State arrested or detained some traditional practitioners, people like Akwokoko. I don't remember their names. There was this one there was this one that was operating near Nob, UK, at the river, at the stream there. What do you call him?
Nze Jesus. That one is a pastor.
Jesus. Yes. So what do you think about that move by the governor?
It has its pros and cons, or its merits and demerits, like everything in life. It was high time they curtailed the activities of madmen parading as traditionalists. They were bringing a mockery to the tradition, which some of us cherish so much, and I proudly practice Igbo indigenous system. I was once a Christian, and I was a dutiful Christian before I became a dutiful Igbo traditionalist, Onye Odinana. So some of us know that they are making a mockery of this whole thing, and people were bastardizing it. For example, for long I've cautioned that as important as sacrificing on the road is, it's going to be a problem with the modern system because the government cannot tar the road and try to keep the road neat, and you try to dirty it in the name of making a sacrifice. You must find out a new way of doing all these things. If you talk about sacrificing in the rivers, I will tell you that water baptism is also sacrifice, the Christian people, but they have stopped going to the water. Some of them are building swimming pools. Some of them try to define their own system instead of going to the river. So a culture must evolve. You can't keep insisting that it must be done this particular way. And also, so some of the dibias we are promising quick wealth, in as much as pastors are the people are the most guilty in promising quick wealth. This is where we have problem with Soludo, because how he handled the matter, it was as if he played to the gallery to appeal to the majority of Ndi Anambra who are Christians. So if you talk about promising quick wealth in Nigeria, the people who are most guilty of it are Christians. You don't hear you can't see an Islam cleric telling you that Allah will if you sow seed and all this one will happen. If you pay tithe, this one will happen. If you talk about prosperity messages and materialism, it's Christianity that sowed the seed for it in Nigeria, or perhaps in Africa. We know the pulpit bandits, they're the ones that started it. So it's just that now that we are having a kind of return to Igbo consciousness, and people are trying to go back, trying to trace back their roots, a lot of smart Alex, a lot of bandits who would have gone into ministry as pastors and continue with the charade have quickly returned back to Igbo tradition and annexed the role of dibia and trying to promise people that if you do this one, if they do this particular okite for you, or if you do this ritual, you are going to have money. If they do this one, if you are doing Yahoo and they do this one, as in client must pay. That's all this one. So how can you be encouraging people to go into all this kind of fraudulent business activities and all that as a dibia? So these people, we are bastardizing the Igbo culture. It was as if the menace we are seeing in Christianity, that the ordinana was going to be even worse. So the government had to step in. I think it was Nwafurizu in one of his poems that said that in a society that you must shame yourself, or society will be forced to shame you. So in life, you must call to yourself to order. If you don't call yourself to order, your community will call you to order. So I think this is what happened with these people. The government needed to step in, and so and the governor of Anambra State did the right thing. I wrote copiously about it, and I've made my position clear. I said that yes, what IPOB was doing was ordinana, but it was not a good form of ordinana. And I also faulted the governor when they arrested them for almost 2 or 3 months without charging them. And I was asking, where did they derive the power to keep them without charging them to court, to tell them to, so that they will be able to defend themselves. So you see that there were places the governor got it right, and there were some places that he actually got it wrong. So I think that's my position on this particular issue.
So what were they charged? What was the charges against them? What did they do? Why were they arrested?
To be honest, I've not. I think I read the court charges earlier at the beginning of when the matter was still hot, but I cannot remember. I cannot be specific with the actual detail or what the crime they've been charged. They've been charged with. I know that the matter is still in Anambra State High Court. Once in a while, we'll see pictures of them being brought to court. I'm not a fan of them, so I'm not following up their issue. All I was interested was they should be allowed to have their say to defend themselves of whatever accusation or the government was leveling against them. So that was my position. So, but I'm not a fan of Akwu Kotiwarake. I'm not a fan of Inyeze Jesus. I'm not a fan of Ekehit. I totally condemn what they were doing, or the way and manner they were going about practicing their own brand of ordinana. So I cannot say that I'm fully I cannot categorically say that these are the specifics of the charges leveled against them in the law courts currently.
Would you like to see the governor do the same thing to some pastors who are also selling what most?
No, most definitely their time is going to come. Of course, Charles Soludo today believes he's a Christian, he's a governor. Tomorrow we'll have a governor that is not a Christian. Tomorrow we'll always have a Pharaoh that does not know Joseph. The time is going to come. So the pastors' own are going to come. So what Soludo did was not Kolosoisi and Hapo. Someone will come and do their follow for them. The shaving must happen. For us to bring back sanity in Nigeria, in Africa, we must caution the way and manner religion is being carried out here. And Christianity is the most guilty party as far as we are concerned. We know this truth to be self-evident.
All right. I know that most of our people in the Southeast, they are abandoning Christianity and they're going back to traditional religious practices. And the question I have is, what is their reference point? Where do they, was anything written down? How do they remember what most people abandoned some 60-something years ago, more, or even 80 years ago? Where's the reference point?
I can answer that question from a personal perspective. I was born into a strong Christian family. Even right now, I think I can say authoritatively that I'm the only Christian. I'm the only traditional practitioner in my immediate family right now. So if you ask me where is my own reference point, I will say if you seek, you find. If once you start, they say that once the student is ready, the master will appear. Despite that, Ordinana is not an organized religion and it doesn't have canon like Christians that have the Bible, or the Muslims that have the Quran and all that, or the Buddhists that have the Vedic, the Hindus that have the Vedic literature and all that. Our own is a bit informal, but nevertheless, once you are ready, the truth that is a spiritual truth that once the student is ready, the master will appear. So immediately I became ready. I started asking questions. You started seeing people that will lead you into the right direction. You start seeing that their materials exist. That some people are writing books, just like me, that is on Facebook, writing about Ordinana. So there is always there for you. There is always places for you to learn, to grasp, to glimpse this knowledge from either from people or from a book. Or even even daily, what our people will call night class. Night class happens. How did our ancestors, who were great dibias, how did they know the leaves that we are going to cure a particular sickness? It was spiritual masters that were teaching them in the dead of the night, telling them that this particular leaf will cure this. This is how you are going to cook it for this certain hour, mix it with this particular distance, and it will cure this particular disease. So these spiritual teachers are still there. That's what we call Agwu. So we cannot be asking how are they learning, whereas we have Agwu. What is now the essence of Agwu? Agwu means endlessness. Other Agwu, once you are ready, it will start teaching you. It will turn up and teach.
So Agwu is like, is it like the Holy Spirit?
Some people define Agwu as Holy Spirit, but I think is a minute definition. Agwu is not like Holy Spirit. I define Agwu as nature. Agwu is nature. So, but if I want to bring it down at our level, I'll say Agwu is nature as explained to the Igbo people. Nature is teaching everybody, wherever you are in this world. Nature is teaching your culture, how you should approach it, how you should live, how you should survive. That's what is Agwu. So our ancestors condensed this system into what we now call as what? Agwu. So you now see that some people have been taught how to heal bones, and they have Agwu that help them to heal bone. Some people have condensed this system into Agwu, Agwunka, or that's Agwu of how to make tools and hoes and farming implements. They now have Agwunka. You have Agwu Afa. You see people that have condensed Agwu on the tool of prophecy, on revelation, on how things we are done in the past or how things should be done in the future. So Agwu is nature as condensed by the Igbo people on how it can be used, on how life should be lived.
Okay. We're going to get into details about, but I want to know, how did you meet your own transfiguration? How did you transform? How did you move from being a Christian to being a traditionalist, a dibia? What happened? What's the process like? Did you have epiphany or?
I used to give this simple analogy that Christianity is like secondary school. Some people, once they are done with secondary school, they will go about with their life. They don't want to further. So if you finish secondary school and want to further, what you call university or tertiary education or college, depending on where you are from, you see that the next college is traditional religion. traditional religion is higher than Christianity, than organized religion. So I went into Christianity with a pure heart. And when I got to his zenith, I knew I've gotten to the zenith. I knew that a lot of things they were saying was no longer adding up. So it was in my search of knowledge, it was in my quest of knowledge that I got into Igbo traditional religion. I cannot say that I had this problem and a dibia cured me, and I turned into Igbo tradition, to believe into Igbo traditional religion. In fact, I can even say that I came into Ordinana when I was still more financially buoyant. So maybe that gave me a lot of material or resources to ask a lot of questions, buy a lot of books to understand what these people are trying to say, as in finance myself to go and meet people to ask questions and all that. So once you are in search of truth, even you, Rudolph, the day you are in search of truth, you see that Christianity have a lot of answers they cannot provide to you as an Igbo person. And what's your next point of? Even Achebe got to that point. In some of his last interviews, while he passed on, he said that he was confused about the whole Christian thing. He was confused about identifying as a Christian. I think he tried saying that whether he would even prefer to identify himself as a Buddhist or as a Confucianist and all that. I think I read that in one of his interviews, one of his last interviews before he joined his ancestors. So as a person, if you have an inquisitive mind and you are an Igbo person, trust me, you must land in Ordinana. Unless you are afraid. Many people who are still Christians are afraid. It's fear that is holding a lot of Igbo people in Christianity. They don't want to go to hell. All of us, some of us are no longer afraid of going. What is hell? What is hell?
Now, let me go ahead. Finish up.
Yeah. So we know that it does not exist. We know that all these things are myths, formulated to prop up organized religion or any other form of religion. Every religion have its mates that they use to prop it up so that they can be able to ensure obedience or allegiance without people asking too much question or trying to cause problem to its foundation.
You said a few moments ago that certain things did not add up in Christianity. Can you give us 2 examples of things that didn't add up?
Okay. First, forgiveness of sin. In Christianity, they tell you about forgiveness of sin and also telling you that you shall reap what you sow. You see that these two things are contradictory. If someone is going to reap what he sow, why are you telling the person to ask for forgiveness? Igbos, there is nothing like forgiveness of sin. Igbos will tell you, forgiveness of sin is trying to, you are spoiling the society. In real life, if you want to look at it, you see that every action has consequences. Without consequences, people will be careless with their actions. It's because there are consequences. That's why any wise person will be more circumspect in carrying out any action. So you cannot tell a person that if you sin, there will be no consequences. Just ask for forgiveness. Tell God that we are sorry. No, you are lying to the person. You are not telling the person the whole truth because it doesn't work that way. God does not forgive. God does not forgive. God does not forgive.
Briefly,
if God forgives, why has he not forgotten? Why was it difficult for him to forgive Satan? So that we all have peace. And they will tell you that it's the sin that Satan committed. If he cannot forgive Satan that was with him in heaven, is it you that he will forgive? If he does not forgive Satan, who was in his inner cabinet, a strong cabinet member, in his cabal, is it you that he will forgive? So there is nothing like forgiveness of sin. We must be frank. So if someone commits an offense, he goes to lockup, the judge will tell the person if you say that the offense is minor, we can understand it. That this is a first-time offender. This is logical. So you see a lot of illogicality in Christianity. See what Christianity does, and it's not just Christianity. They say the truth and they use lies to cover up the truth. And that's what organized religion does. Because if they tell you the truth will set you free. But they don't want you to be free. They want you to keep coming back every day. That's why I say that church is a school that you can never graduate from. They will never want you to graduate. So they tell you the truth and they pack that truth with lie again. So you keep coming back. Truth sets free. If you tell someone the truth, the person doesn't need you again. The person will go out to go and practice it. The person will go out to go and practice it. For example, when I was a Christian, I was conflicted about the whole tithe stuff. I had to study the Bible by myself before I realized that the whole tithe thing is not how they were presenting it. And even when I talk about Christianity, I'm always specific. I say Christianity, even as practiced in Africa or is in Nigeria, is more terrible. There is a very big dissonance between Christianity, what is in the Bible, and some of the what we see we practice in Nigeria here as Christianity. So why there's so much emphasis on money? The Bible did not emphasize the money. How can Jesus, the Christianity told you that Jesus died poor for you to be rich? That is a lie. That's another contradiction. If Jesus died poor,
some Christians will say that the issue is not about the preaching or the teaching, but the practice, how people are practicing that. I think that they might say that you are mixing it up. There will always be, just like in traditional practice, religion, you mention people like Akwakuko who are not doing it the right way, according to you. And there are Christians also who will say that there are some pastors who are not doing it the right way. Yes, is right.
So what we are saying is that the room for error, the margin for error in Christianity is wide. Unlike in Ordinana. Why? In Ordinana, you are dealing with earth. You are dealing with nature directly. You are saying that if this thing I'm saying is a lie, if I'm not getting it, if I'm saying this is not it, let the earth judge me. But in Christianity, they say, let God judge. Which God? Nobody knows the God. Christians are very smart, or the people that wrote the Bible. I said it in the Old Testament, the Bible God had a name, Jehovah or Yahweh. In New Testament, they knew it was going to be issue because they are now packaging a religion for the whole, for a lot of people or humanity, a lot different cultures. They didn't want to give it a name because once you give it a name, the person will tell you no, they have their own God. They will not stay saying God. That word God is very is deceiving. It doesn't mean anything. So when you swear in the name of God, nothing is going to happen to you because there is nothing like God. Even me, I'm a God, you're a God. So who exactly are you swearing in the name? But pull your feet, as Africans, you tell you, or the Igbo tradition, stand on the ground, remove your slippers, stand on the ground and swear that this earth that I was born into, if I'm lying, if I have lied, if I enter into this office that I'm going to steal what does not belong to me, let this earth judge me. Then you see the earth will swing into action. That's why our forefathers, whenever they want to create a community, or if you buy a house or you buy a land, the first thing you do is to appease the land. Because they know that the land is a living organism, is a powerful force, is a god on its own.
Who is Chukwu Abiyama?
Our people, the Igbo, the Chukwu means two. We have Chukwu Abiyama, we have Chukwu. So at times people confuse the two. Chukwu can mean the Chukwu of Aro Chukwu, and Chukwu Abiyama means the unknowable God, the unknowable force. Our people, after identifying several power points, both Ani, both water, both their ancestors, both the God they created by themselves, both the God that appeared to them, and all manner of gods, they still admitted there is still a power beyond knowing. And you can only know that power when you come. That's the meaning of the word Chukwu Abiyama, Abiyala Ama. You must come. It's not God that someone introduced to you. Chukwu Abiyama is the God that you yourself will come, and the God will reveal itself only to you. Any God someone tells you about is no longer Chukwu Abiyama. That's, you see the extent of our ancestors' knowledge. Any God anybody refers to, introduces to you, is no longer the Chukwu Abiyama. Our people will say, Agwu to onye follow, Akwu Iweke. How can someone came 2000 and you are telling me that that's his own definition? Allow me to interact with the God. That's what our ancestors. That's why our ancestors never created an altar for Chukwu, because that Chukwu you are not qualified to create an altar for the Chukwu. You can only identify it for yourself. Go and know it for yourself. Chukwu abiala ama, abia amalo. That's the full meaning. Chukwu abia amalo, Chukwu, because the Igbos believe that everything in this earth has a chi, but there is a bigger chi, Chukwu, that is above every chi. And you can only know that chi if you come to it. It will reveal itself to you. So whatever he reveals itself to you is only to you. If he reveals to another person, it will be in another form.
So
you are not going to start taking it to tell people this is how Chukwu is. Once you say this is how Chukwu, you have reduced it because it's beyond comprehension. All you have to know here is to open it to you to your own level.
What's the relationship between you and your chi and your Chukwu?
I don't worship Chukwu. I don't worship Chukwu.
You are Tobe Chukwu, is it?
Yes. Yes, my full name is Tobe Chukwu.
So which Chukwu
but I don't worship.
Which Chukwu is
that? I believe that the right people that will answer that question is my parents that gave me the name. My name that I have given myself is Eze Tobe, which signifies my message. If you give birth to children and you give them name, if they grow up, they are supposed to find their own name for themselves that will define their own personality. So my parents gave me Tobe Chukwu. So my mother, in her own definition, or my father, it means to praise God. And they are Christians. It might be their own Christian God.
So now you and your chi, how was the connection? How is the relationship? What does chi do?
In Igbo Cosmology, everybody has a chi. Chi have different meanings. It might be your guardian spirit. That guardian spirit can be a departed ancestor who has lived this life before you. People will say, you are coming to the earth to live a life that someone has lived, and that person that has lived it is supposed to guide you. If you are coming to America for the first time, if you have an uncle, those at home will tell you, go and meet this person. That person in America that has been there before you, 10, 15 years before you come, you give you a good landing, a good guide. If the person gives you a bad guide, it becomes what Igbo calls a case of ajochi. So your chi is supposed to give you a good guide on this earth because your chi has lived before you. And it's now in the underworld. It's from that underworld that you are having you open a communication line between you and your chi. This is what the Igbos call Ipo to chi. A formal communication line has been opened between you in this land of the living and between your chi, who is in the land of the underworld, that is seeing everything that I have also had more experience than you. Now, I used to give this analogy about between chi, you and your chi. Imagine yourself flying an aeroplane and you have your information or technician at the control tower who is guiding you, giving you weather reports and everything. Your chi is that person at the control tower. You are the one flying the plane. So if you ask for information, your chi will provide a better guide.
So who decides what chi you get when you are coming to this earth?
That is for English. That is what we call Izuapala na Anamuo, or part of what we call Iyowa. Some of these things are Izuapala na Anamuo. That's where they make those arrangements. That's why another thing in Christianity is that they keep saying where someone will go if you die. But Christianity always find it difficult to answer where are you coming from. How can you answer where someone is going when you have not answered where the person is coming from? Igbos will start by telling you you came from somewhere, from underworld. That's where this arrangement. Understand the arrangement you made before coming to this world. Christianity is more fixated in where you are going to go. Igbo cosmology is more fixated in you understanding where you are coming from. Before that you are someone, you undertook an oath. A lot of things happen. You were prepared before coming to this world. And I go to before I go abroad. Christianity has not answered where you came from. They are answering they are telling you where you go if you die. In the Bible,
can you fire your chi and request for another one?
But people have answered that question. Blue shoes or one also. They have answered it philosophically for you. Blue shoes or also.
So you are stuck. You are stuck
yes.
with the you have.
Yes. If you have ajochi, you are stuck with it. You can't change it.
So how does punishment now works? How, at the end, how do you get reward and punished if you didn't do well? It's not your fault. It's the fault of the chief, which goes back to what.
It's like I told you, I gave you an analogy of someone in control tower. The person on control tower, does it force the person on the plane on how to drive the plane? It's just to give you information. That's what she does. Your chi is not going to be held responsible with whatever you do, because your chi is to pass information for you. Ask me a question. It's just like if you have a lawyer. Your lawyer is like your advisor, your legal advisor. He's not going, if you are guilty, he's not going to go to prison with you. He's not going to the prison with you.
All right. There are so many things to talk about. But before we go to the work you do other than this, I want to talk about reincarnation. I was born, okay, and I was told that I was my grandfather that reincarnated. How do people determine that? How do you determine?
Now, I believe that there is a lot of wrong definition or interpretation of this whole reincarnation. If, for example, the scenario you painted, that is your grandfather that reincarnated, what I will use the word returned, it means that you have returned again. That life no longer exists again. So at times, what people call reincarnation is what these Igbo people called chi. At times, someone's chi is who they are saying that he has returned. No, once you return, that life you lived before no longer exists. Yeah, that stage of grandfather has ended. But there is now another explanation. If they are saying that he has returned, it means that the person has come back to continue with this life, because people believe that you do not come to this world only but once. This is what we need to understand first, basically, in Igbo belief of reincarnation. Igbos will tell you, Owamo wasa. So you do not just come to this world only but once. Have you seen any person who goes to the market only once? They are trying to tell you with that statement that life is cyclic, is a constant coming and going. To go.
I was going to talk
about.
So
the concept of Obanje means, yes, it means mbaje. To break it down, mbaje ka mbaje ozi. That means you are existing somewhere. Now, where it becomes a problem is those who bajozi and are hurriedly going back. They don't want to stay, and it becomes a sort of concern to their parents here in the living. They now say, how do we solve this problem for these children that come in that don't want to stay? How do we make them to stay? So you now see where the Igbos now forcefully give some children. When a parent gives birth to a child for almost 5 or 6 and they are dying, gets one and gives the person a mark. And next time the person returns, the person might come with that mark. It's not compulsory.
You said might.
Because it might not be the person that will come back again.
So let me
it's kind of reinforce the concept of reincarnation.
Hold on there. Let me just ask you this. In science, what science has come up with in trying to understand the concept of Abiku or Banje, people dying and coming back, is that it's just sickle cell. That you have SS in the family. You have maybe one parent is AS, another one is AS, and you have children who are SS and they die before they are 15. That's what the Igbo people now call Obanje. How do you answer to that? Because now we don't have so much Obanjes anymore, because
you are talking about
people now check their genotype before they get married. So you don't have people dying, kids dying young the way they were dying at that period.
You cannot say that. You know that you cannot say that kids are not dying anymore. Kids are dying every day, just as we are talking about. Kids are still dying. We don't know what
I mean is at the rate they were dying at that period. Even people are living longer now, but at that rate, especially in one particular family.
I do not dispute science. that AS and SS can rheumatism or how something factor is contributing to that. Yes, that possibility would exist, but we must understand that two truths can coexist. That people are no longer dying now. Let me tell you one thing you must know for a fact. When you stop believing in something, that thing sees kind of, it comes as if it no longer what exists, but doesn't mean that thing is still not possible. Is what you feed becomes reality. So it will take another form. That's why I'm telling you that Obanje still happens. People still die. We don't know the cause of their death. People still die at 14 years. People still die. I have someone that gave birth to 3 children. He has lost 2 of those children, and those 2 are 2 boys. He just have only 1 girl right now. Has he gone to Alpha to dig deep to find out what happened? We must know that in the age we are in now, people no longer ask questions, but our ancestors were asking questions. People cannot just, things happen now and people do not ask questions. And they say it's the will of God. But our ancestors were more inquisitive. Even this one you are talking about science, even our people now do not even do autopsy to find out why someone died. They do not even use science to even use scientifically to find out why someone died. So our ancestors were even more wiser than them. Now, we still do not ask questions traditionally. We do not even check up scientifically to know if there is any genetic something that led to the death.
All right, Nze, we have to take a break. When we come back, we have a lot of people who are in the studio already, and a lot of people are interested in having the conversation with you. But we take a break. When we come back, we get to that. I will also get you to talk about your role in Nollywood and the movies and independent production that you are carrying out as we speak. Apart from that, yeah. So let's take a break. We'll be right back with Nze Tobe Osigwe. It's been a wonderful afternoon, Sunday afternoon here in New York. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for being with us. We've been having a conversation with Nze Tobe Osigwe, who is a writer, a filmmaker, as well as dibia. He has been in Nollywood, writing movies, so many of them, and TV programs. One of them is the popular The Johnsons. Let's take a look.
How do less privileged families feed?
Hey, lucky, but we'll not be less privileged now.
Really?
We'll not be less privileged.
Don't blame you. Once they just notice that I have one small cash that I want to use for something else, they'll bring one bill. Look at this, 60,000. Wow. This is what I can afford. That's 50,000 naira.
I know if you take my hand, Tosha. This money not go reach me by anything.
I beg your pardon.
Lucky, by the time I buy meat and one bag of rice, this money don't finish with that now.
You see? No, you see? That is where the problem is. Must you buy rice? Must you buy meat?
Hey!
Yes.
You say waiting?
Yes. Okay, assuming you insist on rice that we must be eating rice since we are now birds. Must you buy one bag of rice? Oh, they tell them to give you half a bag or a quarter. I know some families who buy all these cups. You know, they measure it like 5 cups, 10 cups. As for the meat, you are not getting younger if you don't know. We are not a baby. At our age, we don't need meat. What we need is calcium to make our bones strong. Calcium is found in bones. But in case you want to soften it a bit, you can add biscuit bones.
Lucky, you hear what you hear yourself?
Of course, I can hear myself loud and clear. Yeah.
Lucky, no, it's make it not be like saying you worry because of you. To true lucky, it is doctors. Just make the money 100,000, make a manager, my beg.
It is 50,000 naira or nothing.
Good morning. I search for work.
What are you doing? Why are you scooping your food into a liner?
I'm done eating, Daddy, so I'm just giving what's left to my friend's dog.
Huh? No, I didn't hear you.
I'm done eating, so I'm giving what's left to my friend's dog.
Did you hear that? No, have you seen with your naked eyes how food is being wasted in this house? Have you seen that?
Lucky, this food is not rich food that small.
All right, Nze, welcome back.
Yes.
Was that your production? That episode?
Yes. I cannot say if I'm the one that wrote that particular episode.
Okay.
I wrote several episodes. Okay. I wrote close to 500 and something episodes of the Johnsons.
That's a lot. So for those who do not know, you studied theater arts at UNN. What year did you come out?
2010.
2010. So yes. Why did you choose to write instead of acting? Or
Well, I think my natural disposition is bent towards writing. In life, you must understand where you've been called and stick to it. So I realized that while I'm a good actor, that perhaps that writing works best for me. So I situated myself with writing, and we have been going from it. No regret for now.
I know you are into independent production now. A lot of people abroad watch Nollywood. I'm talking about Africans who were born abroad, Africans from the Caribbean, Africans from America, and the rest of the world, and they have an image of Africa because of what works that people like you do. what do you think that can you tell me one thing that changed in the last 10 years in Nollywood? I'm not so familiar with what goes on in Nollywood.
Now we have what we call new Nollywood and the old Nollywood. Mostly the old Nollywood has taken new form and is best represented or shown in YouTube films on YouTube. The new Nollywood kind of tilt towards cinema, the Nigerian cinema culture, or the streaming platforms like the Netflix and the Showmax and Prime Video or Secure TV and all these big streaming platforms and all that. That's where you see they are trying to see if they can have a more serious storytelling for that will represent the Nigerian culture, but at times it as if it's also not a true reflection of the Nigerian culture. So we have the new Nollywood, like I said, and we have the old Nollywood. Filmmaking or writing is about storytelling. Is about storytelling. So I can't tell people how to tell their stories. If you watch my own films, it means I'm trying to tell you my own stories. So is with time you start saying, okay, I like the work of this particular filmmaker. Right now, I've gone into independent filmmaking, and I believe that in the next 5 or 6 years, people can judge the works of Ikolomo Media and say, okay, I think we like his own form or their own form of storytelling. Everybody is trying to tell a particular story without knowing. I think that's one of the mistakes of some of our filmmakers in Nollywood. They do not know that they are passing a message without knowing, because filmmaking is an entertainment, passing a message through entertainment without in a subtle form. So I believe that with time, with the consciousness that is coming up, people, our filmmakers, will be more careful in the messages that are putting out there.
All right. At this point, I will bring in our people. They can't wait to join us in the conversation. Let me start with you, Chris. Chris, welcome to the show. We are talking to Nze Tobe Osigwe, who is a writer, filmmaker, and dibia. Go ahead.
Hello. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello, Chris.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nze. I don't know. It's proper Nze. Okay. Because I told them my own Nze ndị nke akara ihe niile ka ọ bụ Nze ndị nke ihe elu ha aka na-ekwu. But the reason why I'm asking is I want to ask you the question, I like your presentation today, especially on Igbo religion. But you didn't discuss much about Nze in also society. And I know that, the Christianity came with a lot of other things apart from Christianity. Now, my question is, people like you who are educated, why is it difficult for you to try to organize the Igbo religion, to have the like of congregation, the like of organization to bring it to modernity? I don't know if he's gone.
Yeah, I think we lost him for a moment here. I'm sure he will join us again. I was just thinking about this disconnection and Wi-Fi situation. Maybe our traditional dibia in the past, they had their own Wi-Fi that people like Otti won't let us look into because he believes in the. I'm sure he's going to join us again. I told him to be ready for you guys, that you'll have a lot of questions. Mo, welcome back. So far, let me, while we wait for him to rejoin us, I'm actually surprised that right at Nnewi he could connect with less problems than what we typically have with connections from Nigeria. All right. All right, he's
He's back.
Okay, so finish up.
Okay, yeah. So, when people, if you read the things fall apart, you would have discovered that there was a where there was this debate between the traditionalists and the church people. And what I believe is that the reason why the white man conquered us is because we do not have a congregation for our own religion. And that's why it was easier for them to conquer us mentally, culturally. So I'm asking, how long will it take the Igbo elite to try to organize these things, the template our forefathers left for us, into a modern, organized organizations?
All right, thank you, Chris. Nze.
Okay. Chris, thank you. Okay. First of all, Ordinana is not an organized religion. I always argue this or try to explain this for people. You must understand the form something has before trying to give it into another form. You can give it another form, it will become something else totally. You must understand the was created to exploit. Organized religion is like capitalism. It was created to exploit. It was created to enslave. Now, the Igbo traditional religion was not created that way. It's a family thing. Why our ancestors were conquered is not because they were not primarily organized. It was because they were not educationally advanced. They were conquered with guns. Whoever has the biggest gun has the biggest god. This is how the world works. The world of
All right, I probably spoke too early to say that his internet was doing well. That's something we have to bear. And as we had yesterday, I think, if we have a $3 trillion economy without internet that works, I'll have issues with that.
My apologies. The other time, Dr. Damages was talking about that my Wi-Fi is.
Yeah, I think I must have annoyed some ancestors.
Exactly.
When I knocked them for not coming up with Wi-Fi before some Europeans or Americans. Yeah. Can you hear us? Nze. All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I said the other time, Dr. Damages was saying that my network is poor. Whether I should have used my traditional powers, and that it aptly captures how our ancestors were conquered. You cannot be using analog system to confront a digital age. Right, and that's where the role of education. If you're talking about Igbo elite, that's why I have a problem with some people who are talking about return to tradition now, and you are not laying emphasis on education. What we need is educational revolution. The ways of our ancestors or Ordinana is our family. The ways our ancestors did things. It's more of values, ethics. Now, science is a total kettle of fish. Agwu cannot take the place of science unless if you understand how you can sync metaphysics to physics. Unless you know how to sync it, which is possible. That's why in one of my teachings I talked about upgrading your Agwu. But before you do that, you must have gone to modern school. You must understand where the world is going right now. AI is modern Agwu. Because our people always talk about Agwu as if Agwu is peculiar to them. All this Albert Einstein, we are Agwu possessed beings. So our ancestors, their Agwu was not upgraded. So the people who had a more upgraded Agwu conquered them. So if you are talking about Igbo elites trying to organize Ordinana, we are doing mistake again. Ordinana is not an organized religion. What we should be talking about Igbo elites is how are we going to make these people place emphasis on education. Education that will bet the right form of technology. Now, if that education comes, what will be our value system? This is where Ordinana comes in. Let's use our traditional value system. For example, the Chinese, these people learn technology from the Western world, but their value system is not rooted in European value system. Their value system is Chinese value system. So we must know how to balance this thing. I'm not going back to tradition for me to start using an analog system. No, I'm going back to tradition for me to learn the ethics and the value system of my tradition and see how I can use it to combat in a modern world. For example, I have said that in the past, if dibias were the repository of knowledge, what it means that a modern day dibia is akin to a modern day professor. So I'm saying a modern day professor, does he have the values of an ancient Igbo dibias? No. But does he have the right amount of knowledge of Igbo dibias? I say yes. But the values are not there. And that's why our professors are failing us. Because they are trying to use the Western value system. It's not going to work. As an Igbo man, you must be integrated on Igbo value system. That's where your Western education begins to make more sense. Then your Agwu, if it's in your family, will help to broaden your horizon. I don't know if I'm making sense.
All right.
I understand.
Thank you. Let's get to, because we don't know how the internet we hold for how long. So let's get to other people. But we have a professor, Mo. You are next.
Okay. It's nice to see you live.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've been following you. I've been disagreeing with you, agreeing with you, and here we are. Thank you so much. Everything you said kind of rhymes with what I was thinking when we started this journey. It will take time. By the way, Chris is absolutely correct in seeking for. We're not looking for an organized religion with set dogmas. We're looking for people to come together and kind of help. Let me tell you, if we had unorganized or rather associated ordinary practitioners, Aqua and Co will not be in jail. Somebody should have told Nze Jesus that what he's doing is totally wrong. And the guy had repented recently. Okay? He only said Jesus and we are practicing ordinary. What a contradiction. Aqua is doing his thing, just like some of these get-rich pastors. Okay? They charge him for kidnapping. He kidnapped no one. They're looking for fraud. Yes. Fraud is that you tell somebody that you will be rich tomorrow and the person is not. Christian pastors do it. So the thing is we need to give teeth to this ordinary movement. And for those of us who don't know, let me mention this, Rudolph. Professor Fulezi was buried last week. Yes, he died. He asked the question, there's no Igbo religion in Gamji. Those who are young in the internet will not know Gamji. It's a popular northern website before Sahara even. So he asked, the Igbo have no, if they have a religion, what is the name? Okay, so that's when he came with the Reverend Father. We met at Oranges in New Jersey, and we talked about this. We come up with Ordinary. Ordinary is a faith, a belief anchored on the sanctity and sacredness of the Mother Earth. Actually, I wrote a book about it just last 2 months. The thing is, Chris is absolutely correct. We need to organize this thing. We need to have a front, a group of people. Nze, you're already there. Okay, I've had your name last time in Professor Onyegu, who was toasting you as Ezi Kolomo. You are that big. Then there's this guy from Nanka. Is it Nanka or from what's his name again? Okay, who's also profiling. There are many of them now using it as content creator. We could all come together and say, listen, let's talk about this and how do we propose this? Many of us went to Christian schools and were brought up reading Jewish history, their ethics, their morals. So I don't think it would be wrong for us to look forward to having a certain modicum of, we'll make it so tight as to tell somebody how to cook his beans. If you look at Kola Nut Communion, it is now entrenched. Okay, that is actually the only time people will pray together. Kola Nut Communion, nothing could be wrong with it. Okay, if you look at the way we do Ibanku, why do we have two marriages? These are things we look at. We can stay in our culture, our cultural lane, and still practice science and what have you. Actually, I define Ordinary as Igbo's scientific spirituality. So what I'm telling you in effect is this. Let's not dismiss what Chris said by the explanation you gave. I like it, but we can do better. This is a new age.
Prof, let me say something here. Professor N.H. Kume says something instructive, and it's true. He said that the only way you can understand Ordinana is by practicing Ordinana. If you are practicing Ordinana, that's when you understand why I'm telling you that you cannot organize Ordinani. For example, right now, I'm from Unnewi. I'm staying in Unnewi. We are in Asala. We are in a traditional period of Asala, 24 days period. We are mourning. It's a 24 days period of mourning. And this is only peculiar to Unnewi people. So there are certain things I cannot do within this period. For example, even the traditional itunes, I cannot do it. Now, will I now organize a system and tell people that they should not throw Nzu on so period, whereas in Nnobi it is not so. In Oka it is not so. They are not worshiping Edo with me. You must understand that Christianity has a central whatever this thing that they call God. Ordinana is not so. That's why I say it's how it is done. What I'm practicing Ordinana, but in actual sense, I always tell people, what I'm practicing is Ordinana Newi. How it is done in Newi, how my own ancestors relate to their own forces, and my forces and your own forces are not the same. Now, what you are saying is more political, and this is where I want those Igbos who are intelligent to come in, because I keep hampering on Igbos who are intelligent, understand Igbo traditional religion, so that you can be able to make this kind of fix or changes you are demanding for. And there's where politics come in. Our people, or those who have traditional bent, must understand the need to get into politics. Is when you start getting into politics, that's when you bring this organization you talk of. I'll give you an example. How do you explain that my child is in private school today, not in a missionary school, private school, and it's still the same in public school? Now, my child is being given an assignment. That's a child that has never stepped his foot into church and has not been told anything about Jesus, but all he knows about the Bible, God, and the Christian religion, he's learning it, or she is learning it in a private school. Christianity.
All right.
All right. Nze interrupted me. Let me just say a little bit while he's fixing it. The thing is this: even in the Christian religion, some people do not celebrate Christmas. That we are doing something in the name does not negate the fact that Ordinary is a faith anchored on the sanctity of earth. Ani. That's so simple. So what is stopping us from organizing and having it from people who speak for the organization? Christianity dates back to what? Less than 1,500 years ago, when they had the Council of Nicaea. They came together, they professed something. Yeah, we don't want to get to organize religion. We're supposed to tell you when to wake up, when to stop, when to pray. No, I'm not looking for that. We'll be different, but at least we have a modicum of people speaking up for the traditional belief. Otherwise, the whole thing will go away. And what I'm afraid is this: the way young people are returning to Ordinary, unschooled, unguarded, we are heading for a clash of creeds, whereby the Christians and the traditionalists may have to have a clash. Did you know that in the 1990s, some reverend fathers were burning shrines? We know that. I had to write to the governor of Enugu State and say, stop for Mbaka before there becomes a war. Because somebody might just get up one day, get down to Enugu and burn the Holy Ghost Cathedral. Because you are burning their shrines. If the people have converted to Christianity, that's fine. But leave the shrines alone. For many years, people were chaining their idols in shrines because some of these pastors were taking them out, and we know what happened. They sell them abroad as artifacts. If you organize, you'll be able to protect this thing. You'll even be able to educate people. I was talking to you yesterday that some of the clashes we have about our ethnic issues in Nigeria is based mostly on ignorance. And ignorance is not an incurable ailment. It's an illness, but it's not incurable. What will cure it is knowledge. People are afraid of traditional things, what they don't know. So telling me that we will not organize is, I can't buy it. I agree with Chris. This is the best question anybody could ask here. If Ordinary wants to go far, we need a certain modicum of organization. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Can I step in? Can I respond to
this to take comment? That ancestor.
What my elder brother just put forward now, Mr. Mo. I think I don't think. Let me say you. I don't think you understand where our is coming from. What he is actually describing is what true democracy is all about, whereby every society is in charge of its own destiny. What you are saying that there's a need for us to come together as one. If you go back to the ways of our forefathers, the idea of coming together has to be based on a reason, right? Let me use Edo as an example, right? The whole world know about the Edo kingdom, the Oba of Benin, and from us also a very small time in the northern part of also. The way we need to practice our one tradition, our religions, our way of life is totally different. But at a point in the story of the Edo people, the king of our own time served as a secretary to the Oba Palace. In other words, when there is an issue, there is a need for the entirety of the kingdom to come together. There's always a spokesperson, which what Oba of Benin was trying to put forward to the Yaloja when I don't know if you pay attention to what is happening right now. Yeah,
sure. The first
that even he as a king actually has no priority who become the women's leader in each market. Everybody has their way of raising that. So that is what Ize is trying to describe. That doesn't mean we are not organized. When there's a need for us to come together, we will come together. And that's what democracy is all about. And that is the difference he is trying to pull forward, that yes, Christianity is centered on one thing, even though there are different denominations on them. But when you go deep into it, they're coming from one root, there's that organized center between all of them, which is totally the opposite of what democracy should be all about. So I think what he is saying is actually you have to put into context from how the whole point of coming together in the first place. Taking Nigeria as an example of federation. The way it is right now, that's not how federation should be. The federal government should only be responsible for very minuscule amount of things, which actually don't concern our daily life. Right? So the way I'm practicing my religion has everything to do with my environment, how to protect ourselves, how do we eat, how do we use the environment to actually blossom, right? Which is what the religion of is trying to describe center about. What the Nnewi man is doing, how the environment or the people are affected has nothing to do with what Nnobi people are experiencing. So why should, but there will come a point in time whereby there will be a concern that we have to draw everybody's attention, even if it has nothing to do with the next person. I might need your help. Right, so I don't actually have to come under one big umbrella for the whole world to see. And again, it plays into when the Edo Kingdom defeated the British Empire when they first arrived. Right, there is a mechanism in which information was transmitted to all the villages and they were able to come together. They defeated the British in their first appearance. But again, the British has to prepare and learn. Okay, this is how these people actually network their way of life, even though they appear to speak differently, but they actually have a way in which they come together when there's a need be without everybody knowing. So I think that understanding should be there. I'm not saying what you are saying is wrong. What you are saying is what we are seeing in the whole world in terms of state, religion, and everything. It's a point for everybody to come together on that one thing. I'll get that point. That is what we are used to. But our forefather who live in a way that we can actually discuss. The adage I put forward yesterday, or the saying of Mark Twain, that the older I get, the smarter my father becomes. So,
all right. Okay, thank you. More, you want to say something?
I hear you. I hear you. But remember that 30 years ago, there was no name Black Ordinary. It was not used to define Igbo traditional religion. But now everybody's gravitating towards that name as an umbrella that defines the faith. So nobody's enforcing what you do. Look at
sir, I think we should ask ourselves why. You said 30 years ago, the reason should be why.
The reason why there was nobody, there was no, everyone was doing what they like. But now at least we come to a center. Look at New Year Festival. It's done differently in every community, even abroad. People choose different weekends, okay, to do New Year Festival. But we know nobody's stopping you from doing it. The Igbo man is like that, to speak for the Igbo. They're like that. They're very independent. I'm not stopping that. But the fact is that the question Chris asked is very pertinent. If you don't have, look at the Oba. Okay, you have the Oba. At least you have a central body that could speak. Okay? If you didn't have the Oba, the Yaloja thing could have been a different ball game. You could have just come to Benin and appointed Ms. Josephine, Pastor Josephine, as a Yaloja of Benin or Edo State. Okay? But we have an Oba who spoke to somebody that everybody respects. Okay? We might not all agree with him, but at least the majority will agree with him. So what I'm saying in effect is that the question this guy asks is very pertinent. We have to have a way for the list to come together and understand. Nobody's stopping anybody. If you take it to the Biafran thing, when it started, everybody just kept away. If you talk the shot at you, run away. You know, these professors, they don't like to confront. They like to accept Soludo. the rest will run away, okay, and hide. But somebody have to come out and say, hey, you know what? I have a different narrative. Why are we running away from it? So the thing is, we can come together, disagree, and still move on. Look at the Christian denomination. It's all over the place. Even the Catholic Church, it's all over the place. But at least they have a body that if we had that body, the lives of these young men who are languishing in jail wouldn't be there. Soludo is waging a war, a crusade against non-Christian religions. It's true. We have to speak the truth. Paul Enenche went to Oka and was faking miracle cure with this, and he was there supporting him, giving him money, giving him 2 years, 3 years of free accommodation whenever he comes to Oka. So this is some of this we have to look at. I'm not saying what Nze Kolomo is saying wrong. I don't even believe in some of the things he does or some of the things he's doing, but at least I understand where he's coming from, and I subscribe to the fact that he's trying to broker a different narrative. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, thank you, Mo. Let me see. I wanted to hear from James because his internet is not very good. Can I see you? I'll get to you. Let's see if we can get James because I know very soon he has to leave. So bear with me. Let me get someone out so that James can come in.
Yes, thank you very much. I have internet problems here in the Gambia. Let me just quickly mention something before I leave. Why do we bother ourselves over this issue of religion, God, devil, and what have you? I don't see the need, because if God created man, there should be only one God. And if there's only one God, there should be only one way of worshiping that God. But when you say this is the God of the Benis, this is the God of the Ashantis, this is the God of the Zulus, God, how many gods do we have? How many ways do we have to please this same God? You see, the greatest fraud man has ever invented in this world are banking, social security, insurance, and religion. These are all fraud approved by the state. This is how I say it. We have no need for religion. We are physical. We are physical. There's no need to sit in a spiritual world that does not exist. All the progressive nations of the world today, I do not know of any that is taking religion so serious as the unprogressive nations. So we should open our eyes. Religion is nothing but fraud. It can be Christianity, it can be Shango, it can be anything at all. They are all fraud, invented by man at various times to deceive his fellow man So, I mean, this is how I see it. We should learn to be progressive. We should behave like responsible members of the human race, not clinging onto religion. It's taking us nowhere. This is how I see it, gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed.
So, James, before you go, just before you go, so if we abandon religion, whichever one, what do we hold on to? Is it science? The
law regulates character of people in society. A society with people with well-behaved people, it is the law that is forcing them to be well-behaved. By nature, inherently, man is mischievous, but it is the law that regulates the character of man in society, not religion.
Where do law come from, Mr. James?
All right, our guest is back. James.
Where do law come from? Law come from way of life, which is what
Thank you, Mr. James.
Obie, thank you. We'll get to that when we're done with our guest, please. So let's quickly, because we don't know how far the internet can take us. So if you get a chance, please go straight to a question or comment, make it brief so that other people will get a chance to weigh. Where were we? Mo, you.
No, let's go up with him. Go ahead with him.
I think after James, I'm next.
Okay.
Yeah, next person.
I go after James, Mr. James.
Okay, James. I guess it's there.
Let him give Kenneth chance to talk as well.
Okay. Yes. All right. Can I go ahead?
Okay. Good to see you again, Nze. I think we've met somewhere, and I'm very sure you've forgotten, because we have a lot of content creators today that assume to be dibias or teachers. I was on your TikTok some time ago, I think about 4 months ago, and I'm here to let you know that I'm still alive and very healthy. Because that very day I asked a question. My question was that what chi or what I think chi that you use to do your whatever, I don't know if it was incantation on TikTok, because I know that dibia should be not on TikTok. So I asked that question, and you told your audience, this is what you told your audience, that this guy has just
hold on. Somebody, can you mute yourself if you are not speaking, please? Anybody who is not speaking.
You told them that this guy writing this nonsense had just 30 days to live. It's past 4 months now, and I'm still alive. You see, I don't want to say that you're a fake dibia, but I just want to tell you that death spells don't work. You see, when they say that Ikedina, Omenana, Odinana, they are all liars. Or a pastor come up and tell you that he has the power to cure this and that, they are all liars. From what I've known so far, I'm a Christian, I'm a traditionalist. Anywhere you go, you'll find me. Anywhere, even beyond Christianity and tradition, you'll find me there. And I have the authority to tell you that all these religions are man-made, deceptive platforms, right? With which they use to deceive and steal from the people, right? If you want to verify this claim right now, pick up a call, pick up numbers of about 4 or 5 dibias, call them at random, or even visit them. Ask them that you want to know your chi. Ask the dibias to do incantation, to bafa, so that they will be able to tell you who your chi is. You will end up having contradictory chis. You have about 4 or 5 chis. So, you see? Now, what I'm saying in essence is, I know that God exists. And God that exists does not have a religion. And for that reason, any other religion that is claiming superiority over others is a fake religion. You wanted to project Igbo tradition, and by so doing, you have to put Christianity down. You see? 2 man-made religions fighting themselves. Now, I don't have a question for you, but I just wanted to remind you that no human being has the power to cast death spell on anyone. Provided you don't use electrical, mechanical, kinetic, any form of contact, kind of to buy the person, right? You don't have any spiritual power to buy anybody or to cast death spell on anyone. And I want the traditional, which I am part of, I want us to know from today that we are all fake. God has no business with our religion. Be you Christian, God has no business with your religion. The only thing that you have to do as a human being is try to live a responsible life. Wherever you find yourself, try to respect the laws and orders of that community. That makes you a human. Try to be a responsible human being. Now, to close this, you stated that Peter Obi shouldn't run for presidency. I don't know why and how you come up with that. I want you to tell us why you ask Peter Obi not to contest.
Let me quickly answer your question. First of all, your question and accusation. First of all, I'm meeting you for the first time. You might have to go and double check. I'm not the one you had any form of interaction with that told you are going to die in 4 days. I, Eze Kolomo, cannot say such thing to anyone. And if I say
you know how long I've been following you on TikTok?
I'm sorry. I'm not Nze Dibia. I am Nze Tobe Osigwe.
You and Nze Dibia. Do you know how long I've been following two of you?
I've not even done live video on TikTok before. I did my first live video.
Everybody, Google his name. Go on TikTok and search for his name.
Yes, anything I've done on TikTok is only a video. I've not just even you can now go on TikTok and search for me. I've never done any live video on TikTok. All my videos on TikTok are highest 4 minutes or 3 minutes, and they are teachings that I extracted from my YouTube page.
So
do you understand? I need you. I wouldn't want it to be an argument. I need to make this verification by yourself, because you kind of besmirched my person. You mistook me for a totally different. I'm not the one.
I'm talking to you.
I did my first right. I did my first live video last week Sunday on YouTube.
Can you find it? Can you find it?
I don't even do it.
This is how Dr. Damages. This is how TikTok works, right? When you're on live video, if you don't record it, it vanishes. It goes away. It is only the person, I mean the host, that can have access to it for some time, right? So, and if you go on Facebook, you don't find me on Facebook because I don't use Facebook. So, but if you go on TikTok, this is where I attack both the pastors, both the dibias, all those fake things on social media. That is where I attack some of them.
Hold on.
Let him talk, man. Let him talk.
Please allow me. It's very simple. Ask. I'm not hidden. Ask 1 or 2 people. They will tell you that Eze Kolomo has never come live on TikTok before. This is a verifiable fact. You talked about Peter Obi. You used to say go and verify. Go and verify this one. I have never come live on TikTok before. Even Facebook, I have never come live on Facebook before. I have never come live on Instagram before. I came live on YouTube for the first time. Dr. Mo said that, Professor Mo said he has been following me. If he should bear witness, if he has seen me on any live, apart from last Sunday, I came live for the first time. So please, I am not the person. I have my calendar to go, and I don't do any work for anybody.
Please, you can do this for us. Go on TikTok right now and type his name.
No, wait. If once you assassinate my character, anything I'm going to say here is flawed.
I am not assassinating. I'm just telling you what you did. What will it profit me to assassinate your character? What will it profit me?
I did something I didn't do, and I'm trying to tell you I'm not the one.
All right, I will.
I am not the one. I'm surprised.
Before the show ends, I will. Where is Kenny? Kenny? Oh, okay.
They should go and verify.
I was going to say the girls are taking Kenny.
When I introduce myself, I have never done. Doctor, I have never done divination for anybody. I've never done Olumiri for anybody. Everybody knows that I always say it. I don't do any form of work. I only teach.
You teach on TikTok, right? Okay.
I don't teach on TikTok. My videos are recorded. My videos are pre-recorded, and they extract some minutes of the video, and I upload them on all my social media handles. I don't teach live.
All right, I will.
So please.
Yeah. Can I will
I need this to be clarified. I need this to be clarified.
Can I, if you can find a link, send it to me.
Yes.
I don't come and make bogus
live. I don't have it.
Or any life, if you can find anywhere.
I will send everything to you.
Two or three people that on live video before on TikTok or even on Facebook.
All right.
So please, let's be clear on that.
Right,
and you talked about dibias, dibias. I have said it severally. Go and see my teaching on YouTube. I say a lot of dibias, a lot of people masquerading to be dibias on social media are fake. I say it repeatedly. Any true dibia cannot be on social media unless you are teaching. Once you start doing an advert that you can do this or that, you are not it. Dibia they advert. Dibia they advert. That's why before you become a genuine dibia, it will take years to build that reputation. You don't just start dibia work on 1 year or 2 years. That's why I condemn. If even I, SD Kolomo, I am one person that teaches Ordinary, that there are a lot of people that are into Ordinary are condemning. Why? Because I'm against a lot of things that they are practicing.
Leave this to me.
Even when Rudolph asked me a question, I condemn what Akoko did. Those what I wrote against Akoko is still on my Facebook pages.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
So if you talk about 5 dibias, if you go to 5 dibias, most of the people you are seeing on Facebook don't have any business with all those things they are doing. And even in my own teaching, I said all those things are no longer necessary. That if you want to connect with your chi, you can connect with your chi. This is my own teaching. That you can connect with your chi without trying to know the name of your chi. Now you talked about P2B. A lot of Igbos, once we talk about P2B, they feel very bad. Just like some people feel very bad when you tell them that Nnamdi Kanu is not getting it right. I don't have anything bad against P2B. All I'm saying is that all I said was that he has no structure, and we must face the truth. Igbos are always very emotional. We are always very emotional. We don't like hearing the truth.
All right.
If he wants to win Nigeria, I'm saying that he needs to create a structure, even a structure that will outlive him. I've written this elsewhere, that he needs to study Awolowo. The Awolowo had a structure. And at times you don't even need to win. Someone else will carry your vision. That's the essence of structure. It mustn't be him, but it can still be him if we do our homework well. I'm an advocate of Igbo presidency. And the only reason I'm supporting P2B right now is that if P2B is the easiest way for us to achieve Igbo presidency in soonest time, yes. So that our people that are saying that they are being marginalized in Nigeria, the reasons that they cite for marginalization will reduce. So if you are saying that you own your Ordinana, you are Christian and all these ones, but you don't need to push one to bring down the other one, I'll tell you, you are not being realistic. You are not being realistic. Christianity will pull down Ordinana, and anybody who is serious about Ordinana will come as if he's attacking Christianity. That's the nature of things. That is the nature of things. You don't expect a true Christian to come out and support Ordinana. It's not possible. So any serious practitioner of Christianity will know that of Ordinana knows that Christianity is a threat to Ordinana. So the person will be in a form of attack, which look like pulling down Ordinana. Have you seen any Christian pastor praising Islam? Do they do it? Have you seen any Muslim cleric magnifying Christianity? So why will it come to Ordinana own? It will become different. And you are saying that they should not pull down. We will pull down Christianity. The only thing is that we are not doing it with arms, because Ordinana is not a violent religion. But we will do it with arguments. We will do it with teachings. Getting our facts. Let those who want to listen wait 2 of them and decide the one they want to take. Someone talked about burning of shrines. And now that we are beginning to talk back on Christianity and a lot of things that Christianity have done in Igbo land, we are beginning to talk back, and you are saying that we don't need to pull down. How dare you? For how many years Christianity have been being reckless in Igbo land, in Nigeria, in Africa? Christianity will be held accountable, just like Nnamdi Kanu and some of his cohorts will be held accountable of some of the things they did, they are doing in Igbo in the name of agitation. If you are held accountable and you are away and you are found innocent, we will praise you. Your legacy will be maintained. So please, if you want to lay any form of accusation or you want to do it, please just come straight and come right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Akaligomi accused of murder falsely. Now, what I actually planned was to invite you. Like I don't care how it is, but I will invite you so that I will remind you face to face how you told your audience that I was going to die in 1 month. So
I can't say that
trying to deny what you said wouldn't force me to stop saying it, because this is exactly what you said.
He who accuses must prove. Okay.
Yeah.
So when he cannot prove it now, let it go.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I was thinking that you
asked me a question. He denied it. He said I didn't do that. You give him a benefit of the doubt. Okay.
I'm using the same phone. I will use it to send it to you, Dr. Damages. Okay, I don't have my WhatsApp on my laptop.
Right now, give me a break. He said he didn't do it. If he had done it, I'm sure at this point he would have even apologized, but he didn't, and that was his
do follow me to tell you that I have the same voice in Ordinana. I'm not reckless. I don't make unguarded statements. And when I finally say something, I'm trying to tell you that it will come to pass.
All right, thank you. Let's move on. Let's go to KJ. KJ, welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Nze, thank you so much for being around and coming. I want to also say a special thank you to my Oga, Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo, thank you so much. I'm always happy to see you. And I know that one or two times, there's one or two things we don't agree with, but I can live with that. I mean, you're a good guy. So,
I didn't curse you, though.
No. It's not about me. It's not about me at all, Dr. Mo. It's about I believe. And it's a welcome. And I want to appreciate you for honor my own things about our culture. You appreciate them because of the quite easy. You understand? I just like you already theater arts, but I graduated much earlier than you. And so maybe some of the practices that you have, I probably also went through it. And I've listened to you right from the beginning because all of us are interested in hearing you out. And I also want to say to Dr. Mo, that's where I was coming to, that in my place, the Ordinala Omenala is Omenala different from Ordinala, because our people, our elders, including my father who has gone to be with the Lord, and the chief, in fact, the chieftaincy of my community was around my family. When they want to throw the collar, they call both the ancestors and Jesus Christ. So the Igbos, for what I know, have constantly, before now, spoken to the God. That's why somebody asks you, what is Chukwuke Abioma? Which is what my uncles have always done when they want to throw the collar. They tell you that this is the God that created everything, that has a son called Nwachukwu. But that's, by the way, I'm just follow me a bit, sir. And then this is the tradition. So I agree with those who say, let us not pull down, but let's adapt, just like the Europeans have done. When they came to our place, they adapted what is good and tried to introduce to us what they think will help us. So what I will say to you as Onyemunala, I'm not close to that place at all, I'm a Christian, is that adapt what will help the Igbo land to advance, just like you've said. And then leave those ones that are already there, that's making us also live, more peaceful and build a society that's egalitarian kind of, And I want to answer all of your questions before I conclude. I like what you have said. I don't agree with most of them because most of them have answers that I know. Christianity has a lot of difference. There are people who are just Christian for Christian. There are those who have taken their time to study. There's different, just like in the Omenala. People have different grades. In Christianity also have different grades. There's the apostolic, there's the Methodist, all those other Orthodox, and then you have a more advanced Christians who take their time to study and be able to divide the word, which is God, which is the tradition of Israel, and all that. So we have that also. Which, if you look at that properly, you find out that most of those traditions, for me, it's like they came to Igbo land and took those ones and put in the Bible. But I can't say that now because I have no proof yet. I'm still studying on that. But most of what we have as tradition and custom in my locality, you can read it in the Bible. For instance, the sharing of the father's property, the majority of it goes to the firstborn. For instance, like land cultivation, where you switch land after how many years before you come back to that land. For instance, most of the tradition that you see in the book of Leviticus are also found in the tradition of the Igbos. I will say that you asked one question, and I'm going to answer that and end there. You said, if God was so forgiving, why did he not forgive Satan? I want to answer that question. Because forgiveness is only found in the flesh. There is no flesh in the existence in the spirit. Where Satan sinned was in the spirit realm and not in this realm. The only reason why we go through forgiveness here is because our flesh doesn't have any inheritance. And consequently, when we finish on earth, the flesh goes back to the earth and the spirit goes back to the one who has created it. Now, whatever you have been able to do here will now be judged on your spiritual level. So if you cannot get forgiveness here, that at the state of the person departing cannot be forgiven there also. So that's why if the Bible says, once a person dies, there comes judgment. Okay, so there's no forgiveness in the spirit realm where the enemy or the Satan sinned, as you said. And I just want to put that because you see, some people they ask that question many times. I was having a discussion with a friend of mine who is invariably one of those who I ask the question. Okay, so what you are saying, I appreciate your education, and I leave it at that. Thank you, sir.
What you are saying is not possible. Forgiveness can happen both in spiritual realm and in physical realm. You have sex in the spiritual realm. If you dream, you have sex. You carry all manner of activities in the spiritual realm. When you dream, don't you know it's the spiritual? You enter the spiritual realm. Even when you are not dreaming, you still carry your spirit still carry out a lot of activities. So there is no difference between those ones you carry, those activities you carry out in dream state or others in the spiritual realm, and the one you do in the physical state.
Then if that's the case, why do you say there is no God?
If I never said that there is no God, please, I never said that. We should always be careful of what I'm saying. I always want to be quoted correct.
Hold on, Oga, we're not arguing. You clarify yourself. I just asked the question.
I never said there is no God. I never said it. Please, I stand to be corrected. I never said there is no God. What we say in Igbo cosmology is there are many gods, and we say there is now Chukwu Okike Abiama. That Igbos acknowledged it, but they never worshipped it. There is no altar that you will see for Chukwu Okike Abiama. Why? It's beyond comprehension. It has never mandated any human being to worship it. It has never given condition for it to be worshipped. It's revelational. The relationship you have with Chukwu Okike is revelational, or in a kind of resignative state. For example, when you have appealed to all gods and they have disappointed you, that is the concept of Chukwu Kadibia. I never said there is no God. I'm saying that when people want to deceive you, they say God. I said name that God. Igbos have names for several gods and now have name for Chukwu Okike Abiama. I'm saying that they always use language to deceive us. How am I sure that that thing that they are calling God is another white man God that has name? There is not sun God, there is not Ra, there is not Isis, there is not Zeus, and they are calling it God, and I'm praying to it, I'm saying God, without it having a name. It's just like man, someone calling you man. All of us here are all men, we are man, but we have name. Don't just say man. Once you say man, you are not identifying any particular person here. But once you start calling them, we know the specific person you are talking to. That's what they did with with that thing, God. It doesn't, it is not definitive. Igbos are very logical. If you study ordinary Igbo, everything makes sense. It's very difficult to stumble upon something that doesn't make sense in Igbo traditional system. It's very difficult to stumble onto something that doesn't make sense, that they just tell you, I have faith and believe it like that. No, nothing like that happens. There is no any ordinary person that will tell you there is no God. I'm from Unewi. Edo Nnewi, is it not God? We have Ezemewi, is it not a God? But all these gods, we understand their own limitation. And we know that you still have to go Okike Abiyama. I have a chi. The chi still have a limitation. I have ancestors. I have Ndi Ishie. Just like if I take also title, I used to tell people, my also title starts and ends in Unewi. It doesn't translate into Nobi. It doesn't translate into Amishi. This is how all these gods are. Gods are territorial. And he was now telling that universal God has no one that will lay claim to it. It belongs to everybody and he has not given any rule to anybody. If you want to understand it, you have to go and seek it out. It comes through revelational knowledge. So I always want to be quoted correctly. I wouldn't want people to impute words into my mouth. There is no person that is spiritually conscious that will say there is no God. All we are saying is that be definitive. And the Bible says, that is what is happening to the African man. That's why when I was talking about Dr. Mo, I said, let's not fall into the mistakes of the ways, the West, the structures that they created for us. Let's understand our own structure. Well, if we're talking about organization, we need to define what organization means. If we want to organize ourselves, we need to understand the way we're organizing ourselves. We cannot organize ourselves in a way that will set us, will create a new set of prison system that will replace the old prison system that that colonialism created for us.
All right.
All we need to do.
Sorry, Nze, I just want to round up so that we get to, there are so many people, I'm getting a lot of comments on my phone. We want to make sure that people have opportunity to
All right, then let me rest my case. We cannot say everything in one day.
Yeah, thank you. Before we continue, Righteous Man, I'll come to you because you're in Nigeria and I want to get what you think about what our guest is saying. But there's a comment here I want to read. This is for you, Mo. Somebody watching us, I don't know if she wants her name mentioned, but wanted you to know that, mentioned that Hinduism, the oldest known continuously practiced religion in the world, has no central authority or central organizing body. It is highly decentralized religion, with each community practicing their own in their own way. It is because of this decentralization, that ever-evolving nature of Hinduism, that it survived the British colonialism. So this is a comment from a fan of.
I agree with that person. I'm not calling off that kind of centrality. You can't do that. You see, the reason why many Igbo communities did not conquer that is that if you conquer the people, you cannot conquer their deity. So we're like that. You don't even know how to approach their deity. So we're that fiercely independent. So nobody's calling for one pope or one, what do you call it? You can call it Nze or one also. No, nobody is calling for that. One is more, let's call it like that. Nobody's calling for that. No, I disagree. Don't like what Eze Kolomo is saying. Let's not misunderstand what we're saying here. I'm calling for a kind of support group that will bring us. Listen, everything he said here, many of us have not had it before. Other people can just come in. I had like what this guy is saying. There's a dibia who was in Facebook saying they couldn't allow him to board a plane. And he said something like, I'll be here and that plane will not fly. Come on, you're not, what are you talking about? No DBA will say that sort of things. So people have to learn their limitations because, as he said just now, even the deities have their limitations. Even the God we worship is from a Germanic word, God. It refers to a tribal and ethnic deity. Okay, we have said it all. As somebody has said, we didn't have any book or anything. Our ancestors conceptualized these things into phrases, into names. For example, when we said God is God, the spirit, the supreme spirit, the dominant deity, we called it Ama Macha Macha. What does it mean? Known to exist, but not completely known. That's it. Anybody tells you he knows God, he drank tea with God, a dreamer. So I'm not saying centralized, like we should appoint Eze Kolomo as our pope. No. Or some other lady as Archbishop of Canterbury. No. I'm saying let's have a kind of coming together to begin to talk amongst ourselves, to understand what we are dealing with. That's all.
And that's one I totally agree with you. But the thing is that what my position on that is that let's take it slow. This thing is evolving little by little. I'm not quick to join things. I need to understand people, because if you are quick to join things, you either get yourself constrained into something you do not understand. So my position on that is that let's be evolving. The method of each other's person's madness. With time, like minds will begin to align to pursue some courses that will help us. And I'm saying that those courses, for us to be effective, we must capture political power. Because at the end of the day, politics is the other side of the coin of religion.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I'm totally confused about who is next, but I will pick. I want to hear from pastors, and I will mix it up so that I don't know how much time we have with the guest. Jonaba, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy and fellow panelists, our guest today. It's wonderful to have you. I followed the interview from the very beginning till now. You are an inspiring young man, and I do not have a specific question for you, but all I want to say is that knowledge is a preset, it's everywhere, and you possess one. And I hope people understand your own. And if you share their view and the value that they enshrine, it's a good thing. When I have so much, that is why we should be careful, especially coming to a platform like this where thousands are watching us. I hope Kene can prove his case. If not, he owe you a big apology through Dr. Damage's channel. Because nobody is God over the other, and no one is more special than other in the eyes of whatever your creator, how you relate to him, to give somebody a date that he will die. And I've heard you saying that is political as well. Whichever way that is done with heart of humanity, to make sure the message is about goodness and kindness to one another and not destructive or deceptive, then it's welcomed for me. And the mode says that some pastor are drinking tea with God, and I hope you invite me, because if I drink tea with God, I will live forever. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jonaba. I don't think there's a question there. What we might do is that we may take two at a time, so that we get to many people. And please, when I call you, make it short, so 2 minutes. But Jonaba, always thank you. Let's see. Prince Akwachi, go ahead.
Dr. Damages, Nze Tobe and Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo, Igbo Ochoku. Ochoku. But come here briefly. Tobe, I'm a proponent of somebody, Obolondi Chelsea, a free thinker, and me Jekoka, mana Ekwekwam Nordinani. At the same time, Onwe Pende Ordinani Buzo Ezoku.
English,
okay.
Please. English, please.
No,
okay.
English program.
Okay, let's say. Okay, in Ordinary, it says truth is the way. Okay? Now, even when where I have a problem with you is when you come to P2B and you talk of structure. The structure you have in Nigeria, the political structure you have in Nigeria is a structure of criminality. Okay? And if in the structure in a choco, now bribe in the matter because not is president. When he finished with that, by the time he got my enemy, he would kind of like want to get his money back. So I don't side you on that. And then at the same time, my own thing is, most Christians that we have here, they go to Chinese restaurants, they go to Chinese stores, and they see the shrine, and they will buy something there and eat. But when they come to the a village setting and they see the shrine, they will say it's the devil that is chasing the person, or the witch that eats the person at night, and other kind of a thing. So it's just that difference between between us. Structure is criminality, and we don't need that. That's all I can say. Thank you, and thank you for what you do.
All right, thank you.
So, can I ask my question now?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Did I call you? You can respond to two of them, and then we'll go on.
Okay. Prince Akwachi, thank you very much. First of all, at times, problem I know with Indian diaspora. The problem we have with diaspora people and those of us that are resident. You say there is no structure, but you are in a society that has a lot of structure. You are in a society that has a lot of strong institution. Yet you don't believe that someone should have structure. Someone should have a kind of foundation, a kind of skeleton, a skeletal system that you deliver the person there. These things are not miracles. It can't just happen. We need to be realistic. I'll give you an example. I'm in Nnewi. I reside in Nnewi. If I ask you who is Peter Obi's party, who is the watch chairman around my area, when they will present one person, it is one person that cannot convince one single person around my area. This person, but the party will still that has a role to play will be inefficient to even protect that vote, where the vote will finally be counted. Now, when you have a renegade that you go and defend the vote that people cast for Peter Obi at another system, at the local government level, when he gets there and see the real people who as in people of should I say people of repute, if they give that hungry person a stipend, the person will collect it and go. So you might say that our structure is structure of criminality. I agree. And I say that there is a two-way solution to it. Either you go away from it and wait for it to crash so that a new structure will be built, or you enter into that system and see how you will crash it from inside. So I have sympathy for Peter Obi. I want Peter Obi to win, but we must tell ourselves some home truths. We must tell ourselves some home truths. Peter Obi have a lot of featherweight followers. I'm sorry to say this. As in, when I mean featherweight followers, you need to have people who will be in the ring side, the strong people, strong men. Nigerian politics is different, and you need to understand it. Some of us who have sympathy for Peter Obi are on social media. They are not on ground.
But he has you, and you in about more now. You go to more, so you should be protecting him.
If you have me and you are expecting me to do something for you, you are wasting your time. I'm not a politician. The best I can tell you is that I'm possible or not possible. For example, prior to 2023, I said that Peter Obi is not going to win, that he's not even going to come second. But right now, I say there is chance. I say there is chance. That power is still in the southern part of Nigeria, that it can be grabbed. But you have to play your cards well. There is things for oh sorry, forgive me. There are okay, please let me my case. Let take over.
Thank you. Okay, so let's hear from Ovie. Make it brief so that we can get to that. We can't hear you.
I hope it's not going to be political. The question will not be less politics most times.
We definitely talk before now.
All right, go ahead, Ovie.
Is it? No, you are good at it. So are you scared of politics? Your take on politics so far has been excellent. So on my brother, my friend, And Dr. Dube said, people had problems since the Pope was an altar boy. So leave up now. He's a victim of AI and chatbot. So he never know yet. Anyway, okay, my observation. Then you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think you started off. You throw people like me, or when I meet people like me, I'm a product of the cosmology, but from the other side of the country. I'm from Edo State, so I'm also a product of that way of life. So I totally understand you. But at the beginning, you were heavy on trying to condemn other religion. Now, I am not saying you are wrong, but I think Dr. Damaji too did not do a good job. I mean, from my own perspective, because he actually pushed you on that angle to making sure to hear your view why you disagree with Christianity and other religion, which at that time I begin to think, it's like this guy is he here to put other religion down in order for him to either teach us or promote his own, what he came to do and all that. So I was kind of disappointed, and I went hard on the conversation too on you. As it was, we did on a physical environment, maybe we don't fight. So I was that mad. But the second phase of the conversation, when people begin ask you questions, then it's as if you're in your zone now, and I'm blown away. So I would say that I'm a fan now. I don't know anything about you before, but your take on how the way of life, which is the cosmology for me, not necessarily religion. I think people are seen as a religion because of the way you are so hard on the other side. That's why people begin to say, okay, you are condemning a religion, but you're also presenting a religion, but it's not a religion, but other way of life. So I totally agree. Standing your ground on why we should not build a structure that exposes us now in terms of coming under one umbrella. And I think I'm totally with you too, because back in the days, because our brother here, Dr. Moda, said that that is necessary. But what he forget that in making his point, he said we should find a way. There is a way already. It might be spiritual, which is beyond the physical understanding of me and you. So there is a way. It might not be as in the physical structure as you want it to be, which is, again, there's a wisdom in that. So again, these are my observations. I could be wrong, as I said. None of this is a direct question to you. Kudos, and with your job that you did with Johnson's, much respect. I think that actually bring me on board to you as a fan.
Thank you.
I'm a fan of your work too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ovie. Otti, honest.
Yes. Dibia. All right. Good evening. Yes, you mentioned earlier, John. We met John Ume, right? Professor John Ume, late now. Yes, I have two books.
He's not late.
From him here. Sorry?
He's still alive.
No, he's dead.
Still alive. He's alive, unless he died a few weeks ago.
No, he's dead. Anyway.
When did he die? I sat with him in his house early this year.
In Innov, yeah?
Yes. That's why I asked you, did he die 2 weeks ago?
Anyway.
And AI is working.
So, I don't know. Do you know him? Do you know Professor?
I'm from Novi.
Is he he's alive
or
dead?
Of course.
I should know if he.
I said I sat with him early this year. This year or 4th, between January 4th or 6th, I sat with him for almost 2 hours.
Oh, okay. And then, pardon me. I thought he's okay. But anyway, so his 2 books.
Should I send you a picture?
Right? Sorry. No.
I said, should I send you a picture? We know we are in Go and Verify. Should I send you a picture?
Actually, I know his son. Actually, I can ask his son. Okay. His son is in the UK as well. He's an accountant. I can, So, but anyway, so the one question, not a serious one, but question on the same. So after reading these 2 books, I've not read them, but if I read them, the 2 books, After God is Dibia, Volume 1 and Volume 2, would that make me to cease to be an Ofeke? Okay? You understand the question? It's frozen again.
Yeah, but Otti, did he say in the book that if you? Oh, you mean from what Nze said? If you are not okay.
No, I'm asking him.
Okay, Nze, okay, go ahead.
He said, for you to understand Igbo culture, you need to practice it. I studied Igbo culture for a very long time, but it was only when I started practicing it. Because as a writer, you must be a researcher. But it was only when I started practicing Igbo culture that it made meaning to me. That's when you start understanding a lot of things. That's when you start knowing that Igbos can even be saying something and be saying something else, or can be telling you a lie to cover the truth. So how do you know the truth? It's only when you start practicing something that you know when if an Igbo person is telling you something, but it means something else, or when he's not telling you a complete truth, because he doesn't. Igbos hide a lot. Igbos are very secretive. Even up to now, I still wonder, why do Igbos hide a lot? If you meet any knowledgeable Igbo person, they hide a lot of things. That's why a lot of our ancestors died with a lot of metaphysical knowledge. They will refuse to pass it down.
The
They
difference
need to
between
make
Anofeke and the dibia. So we are the feke now. I mean, so the dibias are in a different category. Is that not correct?
I wouldn't want to answer that. I wouldn't want to answer that.
Okay. So now, the other question I have now, amongst the dibias, so is there any kind of commonality? And then, in other words, I mean, all the dibias, there must be something that is common amongst you. So, and then the second part of that question is there more like a cooperation or competition? How is it? What is more prevalent? Is it competition or cooperation amongst you?
There is no DB Association of Nigeria. Dibia is like Ozo. I've said it severally in my own part. Each you go inside your house. If you take Ozo title, you go inside your house, a secret court in Nnewi, where you people come together and start doing this one and all those. It's not a secret. You can even take Ozo. You have no business with other people that took Ozo. So that's how it is. In Igbo culture, a dibia is Agwu initiation. His business is between him, the dibia, and the Agwu. Then with how he operates, he sets how he's going to operate. There is no rule book. That's why it's even more. Once you start creating a rule to it, you are deviating.
Okay. So it's entirely private. Entirely private to the dibia, right?
I'm saying that it's not just private, it's a family thing. How is it done in your own family? That's why a father might tell his son, this is not how we do it. But I cannot be telling an unknown person. If I'm telling an unknown person, this is not how we do it, I'm trying to say, find out how you people do it. I always tell people who are coming new into Ordinana, go back and learn your family history. This is where to start. Find out how you people do it. For example, I took Ozo title. I took Eze. Ozeze. Why did I take Ozeze? That is what is in my lineage. I didn't go to take Ozodin. I didn't take Ozodunu. I didn't take Ozodala because nobody has taken Ozodala in my lineage. Nobody has taken Ozodim in my lineage. You take Ozo based on what is in your lineage. So this is how it is in Ordinana. You are following your family lineage because that's where you are from. That's why I keep telling people your true loyalty is to your family. People are saying God. Before he locked up was saying God. Which God? Your God are your parents. They're the ones that created you. At times people start trying to mystify what is very simple. Your real creators are your parents. That's why in Ordinana, those two linkages are very important. Your paternal and maternal. In Ordinana, you are both from your father's side and you are from your mother's side. Because those people are your gods, they are your creators. Those who knows if you know your father, once you know your father, you have known the roots. You've known the first people, the ancients. So you must know, and you must know your mother's people. Igbos are particular with Ipunne. You must have a relationship. If you don't have a relationship with your mother's people, if anything happens to your mother, if she passes on, then you must go and settle with them. So what Ordinana is actually for you to get to know your family, to know who you are. Man, know thyself. Ordinana is telling you, how can you know yourself? Know your father's people, know your mother's people.
All right, thank you. Well, I totally I'm lost at where to start. Righteous man, I called you. Did you get a chance?
Start with me again.
You said?
Righteous man, did I call you?
Yeah.
Or, yeah. Did you?
No, it's Righteous man now that is supposed to go before me. Yeah.
Righteous man, go ahead.
You say you called me?
Yes, yes. Well, I think you left. Go ahead now. You can go ahead.
Okay. Nwadibia, good evening from Lagos.
Please, correction. I'm not Nwadibia. There is a difference between Nwadibia and Dibia.
Okay.
There is a difference between Nwadibia. Nwadibia is an apprentice to Dibia.
Okay. Okay. The Dibia.
Nwadibia can mean two things: an apprentice to Dibia or the child of a Dibia.
Okay. Okay. I would be correct to say the red cap represents your Nze title, right?
Yes.
Okay. I sat under the instructions of my late father.
Okay.
And I love asking questions.
Can you make it one?
I asked him.
Righteous man, can you make it
It's
just
not.
one?
No, I am not asking him questions. I say I was asking my late father questions.
Oh, okay.
Pertaining to the Igbo culture, Igbo tradition, ordinala, omenala, because my father was an Ozo title holder. I'm from Imo State, Nkwere to be precise. Okay? So, and he gave me a lot of details, which are quite different from what you are analyzing or what you are saying. I am not saying what you are saying are wrong or right, but there is a little differences from the historical background my father told me with the things you have analyzed tonight, which I appreciate. But a simple question I want to ask you.
Okay.
What is the difference between a witch doctor and onye dibia or native doctor? Because I find it difficult to understand why people will see onye na agwo nsi boya native doctor, while a witch doctor is not being mentioned. So can you please, sir, give us the difference between a native doctor, a witch doctor, and dibia na Igbo? That's a simple question I want to get from you. Thank you.
I want to give you a very simple answer. Consider dibia as a repository of knowledge, one who has knowledge. What that person decides to do with that knowledge is now up to that person. Once one has knowledge, you can use that knowledge for good, you can use it for bad. You can use it to oppress people, or you can use it to defend and help people. So when you use it for good, some people will give you good name. When you use it for bad, some people will give you bad name. This is how I'm going to answer your question. So a dibia is a repository of knowledge. What the person decides to do with that knowledge is now how the people will, is the legacy is the person is going to leave behind. Thank you.
All right.
So who is a witch doctor?
May I help here? Let me come in here, please.
The answer is very clear.
Let me give you listen. This witch doctor, native doctor is not Igbo. It's not Igbo at all. What it is explain it to you. You are a dibia. You are a possessor of knowledge. What you do with it is another story. By the way, witch is not, was not a bad word. Remember Saul, where she wanted to find out something? He went to that woman, the witch of Endor, and the woman told her exactly what should be, and that happened. So witch wasn't a bad word, but witch was used to denigrate women who have such knowledge. They call them witches, and it became a bad thing. A man is not supposed to be a witch. A man is a wizard. Okay? So this is the kind of things we begin to use. The word I prefer to use is oracle. Okay, you are an oracle because you are the, you represent some forces, some electromagnetic energies that only come through you. So the use of witch doctor, native doctor, not working. In Igbo language, we have dibia. We have dibia afa, dibia mbologu, dibia, different dibia. So like he said correctly, What you do with your own powers, with the knowledge that you have been exposed to, is definitely up to you. So native doctor, witch, not Igbo.
All right, thank you.
Another thing I'll add to what Dr. Moore said is that just know that in life, people fear and condemn what they do not understand. Just know this.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Nze. I support Loco P.
I don't have for you.
All these are new names.
It's too long.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay, nice, interesting one. This is what you call the. Wait, is he going? Is the guest going? He's not going now. Why are you pursuing him? Like, because people are still want to ask questions now. Yeah.
I had an agreement. Remember, he's in Nigeria. I had an agreement that it's 90 minutes.
No problem now.
I used 90 minutes to drag him in.
Yes,
and now it's going to 3 hours.
Yes, the discussion is important than 90 minutes. You understand? So he too understand, because what he's trying to propel and educate people. I think 90 minutes is even too small to achieve what he's going to achieve. I'm not lying now.
We will continue in spirit.
Yes, sir.
You presented a good idea.
Nice one. You see, for me, I although I wanted to come in the witch aspect or the wizard aspect, why is it that in foreign land, in diaspora, they also have the same thing? Because witch is an English word, it's not a native word, it's an English word, but they use their own to make iPhone, to make aeroplane, this and that, you understand? But our own witch, you understand, we always use it to like see people in the mirror and stab them and they die tomorrow. That's our own kind of witch. So like you said, dibia is people who oracles, like the Mo said, people who possess the infinite or powers or spiritual whatever you do with it is up to you. So if you do good with it, you get good name. If you do bad, you get bad name. So that's the best. I think you clarify that. But for me, what I wanted to say is simple. I think because, like the Bible said, train up a child the way they will grow. When they grow old, they won't depart from it. I think for a long while we've been trained in a particular way. That's where we are right now. So anything we see that is contrary to it, we just feel is no, because that's how the body works. You want to reject because it takes you too long to get to this point. You can't just bring one new knowledge, come and you just want me to purge everything and take your own. No. So at least practice, study, we'll get there. But like in a nutshell, this God that we're talking about, like Mo said, it's a German word. If you are praying in English, and you say you are talking to German God, are you not confusing the spirit? Like, which language should I understand? Like, you use English to pray, and you are saying, God, do this one. You are speaking German and English at the same time. Are you not confusing the spirit? So, like, sometimes, if like you say the word, what is the original name for the creator? You understand? This original name. Why not we stick to this original name? Maybe I think that's where Mo is coming from. Like, if we practice our own separately, yes, it's good, but also some the negative, like people I work with, Indians, or if I don't live with Indians, where I come from, because I'm from Edo State, Benin, where I'm growing up, every family has altar in the backyard. But because the white man come and call it juju, so they call all of us pagan. But we grew up having altar in one room. Your father will have maybe many rooms, one room with the altar. But the word juju, you call it, but it's an altar. You understand? So we also call that God, and we also believe that there's another Almighty God. But because both of them have God, do not think that God that is your altar probably is what you are still referring to as the Almighty God. That's why people are thinking, oh, we have different gods. No, there's one Almighty, but the entity with which we commune with that Almighty is through that altar, which is a small God, which is a small whatever you have in your backyard. That's why the Indians go to all their houses, they have their altar there. They will not come and tell you, no, the altar in this Indian man's house and the altar in this Indian man's house, they are different. Yes, they are different, but they all communicate through that different altar and speak to one or get their power source from one Almighty, but through the different altars.
Why are we always created this Almighty? One Almighty.
No. Do you know why I tell you Almighty? Hold on. Do you know why I tell you Almighty? Because when I mean Almighty, I mean like there's one source. But coming from that one source, you have two different channels.
How are you sure of what you're saying? How are you sure of what you are saying?
Okay, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. There are times where something will happen. Okay, there are times you want to enter a vehicle. something will just speak to you. Come down from this vehicle. Don't go. Just come down. You don't even know why. Just come down the vehicle. Then before you hear next tomorrow, you hear that vehicle has accident and everybody died. So something in you, there's that God in you, that you in that entity, that spiritual entity in you, that superior being in you was the one who told you to come down. You understand? And you came down.
Are you sure you are not the one that talked to yourself? There is a spirit that owns the body you are wearing now. How are you sure it's not that spirit that wired that information to your brain?
Then if you say how come somebody like this whatever you say, I don't know what you call it, science, whereby like
how are you sure?
Hold on, hold on now.
First of all, you're a spirit.
Both of us
as a spirit,
can
you have powers.
Sorry?
So how are you sure you're not the one that is that spirit that is wearing your body that sent that signal to your brain?
Yeah, the catch up again. Okay, I think like how am I sure I'm not that same person who's talking to me, asking me to come down from that vehicle? Yeah. I got it. I think that's what you're trying to say. But in a nutshell, yeah.
I've said that there are three major prayer answering gods.
Sorry?
There are three major prayer answering gods. One is yourself. One is yourself. Just like physically you solve a lot of your problems. That's how spiritually you also solve a lot of your problems. The second prayer answering God is your chi, based on Igbo cosmology. Then the third one is your ancestors. Your father.
Sorry. Hold on. When you say hold on, maybe because you are Igbo, you're using the word your chi. Yeah. For those who are not Igbo, yeah, what is their own kind of chi?
Yeah. For those who are not Igbo, they still have a chi. The Igbos tell you, Igbos even telling you that a tree has a chi. Everything has its own chi. Yeah. That's why they keep telling you, know your chimalu chigi. Also, no able to choose or also that.
I don't want you to put it. Hold on, I don't want you to put as if like it's Igbo, because before my tribe, there is one common, one ancestor, one tree, one womb, one bloodline that we like. You and I from the south.
Why are you people always fixated in common?
No.
Try to understand your own self. If I'm trying to understand,
I agree. Hold on.
I'm not looking for common. I just want to understand them. I don't want to get confused with what they are doing.
Okay,
We're always looking for common. As in what makes why?
Bro, hold on. Now listen. I believe you have a dad and you have 3 or 4 brothers. For example, 3 or 4 brothers. And where you were growing up, your father have an altar where all of you worship, this and that, yeah. Are you now telling me that when all of you now grow old, 4 of you or 5 of you boys, let me not say women now, boys, all of you now grow and go to your own family, you will not be serving your own, invent your own kind of God and be serving it, or you will still cling to the soul from your father?
Should I answer you? Should I answer that question from Igbo perspective?
Sorry?
From Igbo perspective, Igbos will say, Onye puobi mwa malube. Immediately you leave your father's house and have your own this thing, you institute your own. And what are you instituting? You institute your own chi. If you people have a communal god or a family god that you people worship, adore here, you have it there. You make your own this thing from that place. Now, what I'm trying to say is that most times we get fixated with that. We keep trying to break into that unknown, that thing that is too far from us. Why at the cost of the one that is we are very sure? That is why people will be wicked.
That's why there's inheritance. That's why there's transfer.
All right.
Wait. My point. This is why people are very wicked to their fellow human being in the name of a God that they cannot really vouch for. So why are we always so
not really good? I just use your father for instance.
Why are we fixated with that unknown? Start from the known first. Start from the basics.
That's why I'm using your father. I'm using your father, your dad first. That is known. Your dad that is known. I'm using your father first. That is known.
I'm saying I need that we have a common source. We have a common. How are you sure? Leave all those things. We are not sure of those things.
All right. We done 3 hours. Not that we have any limit as such, but I want to make sure that
a common distance. Let's always stick to the ones we are sure of.
Before we go to thank you, Nze. Before we go to Igbo basics, there's a question on the comment section that is interesting. It says, it's from Shegun O. It says,
if I wake up in the morning as an Igbo person, well, I don't start saying that I'm praying to Chukwu Okike. I first of all call on my chi, I call on my Ndiche, my aunt.
All right, the internet is not helping us, but Nze, if you can hear me, there's a question about your opinion on human sacrifice. Let me, that's from Shegun. If you can hear me, what do you think about human sacrifice? It's something that growing up, I thought that it was unheard of in where I grew up, but now I do hear stories that were totally shocking to me, that in my part of the Southeast, I don't know about other parts, that there were people doing things like that. So what do you think about human sacrifice before Igbo Basic? Wait, right? Nze, did you hear me?
Yes, he talked about human sacrifice. Some of these things are exaggerated, and let me tell you this: every religion is involved with human sacrifice. But some of the things you hear, that these ones and all that, some of these things are not verifiable. But is it possible that people, if anybody who is trying to go into necromancy, you definitely use human being, be it Igbo, be it any culture, be it any religion. Once you start delving into necromancy, once you start looking for dark powers, you will definitely enter into the realm of human sacrifice, because the human being is the highest form of sacrifice. Is the most potent if you are in search of powers. So it's not about Igbo whatever. I'm from Unewi and Edo. One of our primary deity or primary god abhors human sacrifice.
Okay, thank you.
We have a lot of Igbo deities that human sacrifice. Your chi and your ancestors, which are the basic of the foundation of Ordinana, they do not take human. You cannot offer human being to your chi. You cannot offer human being to your ancestors. Even in the past, when they talk about Israel, say that you can offer human being to even an deity. You cannot offer human being to an deity. It's still chicken and goat. All the basics of Ordinana, you see that it's still chicken and goat. It's when people are pursuing power, dark powers, or metaphysical power or psychic powers. That's when you enter into the realm of necromancy. So you must pay the price. Everything has a price. So let's not push it in Ordinana. It's not Ordinana. Even the people who other religions are involved in it, if those people who are practicing that religion want have a kind of mad quest for a kind of metaphysical power, demonstration of metaphysical power, you must be lured into it.
Okay.
Dibia, that's just very correct. Very correct. Ordinary, the basic law of Ordinary is against homicide. You can kill people. You don't kill a person. That's an abomination against the land. And if you call Ordinary, remember Ani is the deity of earth. You cannot kill people. So whatever people do in pursuit of power is a different bottle. So he got it right here. I'm going to stop here so that my big man, the Igbo basics, will step in.
All right.
Emeda.
I did.
It is well.
Thank you.
Dr. Damages.
Yes.
It is well with us. And Nze Tobe Osigwe, as your internet or your computer has decided to start swelling. But we are still here. Hopefully you will be back in a minute. He said, no. Dalo, when I'm okay. See, when Nnewi, that's very good. The last time I was at Nnewi, there was no electricity there, but that's okay. We passed that one. Today, I've listened very carefully to all your submissions, and I'm very glad that Dr. Moyeni is here. So when it comes to Ordinary, I normally would defer to Dr. Moyeni because he has done an in-depth job in that area. One of the things that people confuse themselves about is when they say dibia, doctor. Anybody can get a doctor. We had a Dr. Quash, and that was very well known.
And then we had one of our late brothers who insisted that he must be addressed as a doctor. And Moene knows that. And I said, if you told me you are a native doctor, I will clap for you. But if you say you must be addressed as a doctor, please tell us whether it's PhD or whatever it is, and we will be, tell us where you went to school. So for me, seeing you and hearing you and everything you have presented here today, doubled up with me, Dr. Moene. I'm not even going to ask you, are you a medical doctor? Are you a native doctor? You've already spoken in so many ways. And I'm not going to ask you whether you have a PhD or a master's or anything, but the knowledge that you brought to the table is very in-depth. What I know is Flora Ilonze. I'm sure you would know about Flora Ilonze since you have Manambra, correct? We leave it there. Heading a 15-man member traditional medicine practitioners.
Practitioners.
Yes, that's Flora Ilonze. I have not met her in person, but I've seen her work. And in line with everything you have presented today, I'm going to come at this conversation from a totally different perspective. I had the privilege yesterday of attending the ordination for a deacon somewhere in Lakewood, New Jersey. And it was a great occasion, an eye-opener also. Seeing the person who was being ordained, that is the junior brother of our late friend, Dr. Cyril Wako, Professor Cyril Wako, his junior brother, Dr. Pascal Wako. I was there the day he got his PhD. And he's a medical officer of Camden County. That means he's placed up there. So he happened to have been ordained yesterday. But one thing I observed was the bishop of our diocese was there. The bishop of Aba diocese also sent in a representative. They were there. And after the ordination, one thing very interesting is that I found the mixture of community, religion, tradition, name it, all in one place. Because after the ordination, as we walked outside, there was a group, they were out there drumming very seriously, rejoicing as to the achievement of this young man to have become a deacon after going through so many processes, having a PhD, doing this and doing that. What occurred to me, as you can see, the cap I'm wearing is akin to the people from Bende, but it's an Igbo cap, as we understand it. I could have put on a red cap, but no, that's not the day for that. What I am looking at here is, I thought about it, what if I brought the Ohafia war dance in front of the church in Lakewood, and then we start with our wakoko and everything outside? I say probably that might be a little bit of a kind of an affront or a challenge, because we are war dancers. And I saw that the kind of presentation that was made was appropriate for the occasion. So having said all that, Nze, when you do come back, I'm a student of both Omenoko, Alabingo, the one, the rest of it. Dr. Wayne, the work you have done in the area of Ordinary, all I know is that those who are yet to come, they will benefit from every work that people like you have done. Just like what Dr. Damages have been doing here. The people who are yet to come, just like Dibia had mentioned earlier on. At this stage, I'm already a retired man traditionally, okay? But I do practice bushcraft. And that's where that big statement comes in. We're talking about witchcraft, wizards, all the rest of it. I practice bushcraft.
All right. While we wait for the guests to come back, there's a question here. Maybe Dr. Moore, you can pick on it and see if you can answer. Someone wants to know let me say the exact question. What does he think about Osu caste system in Igbo land?
Yeah, that's going to be a different
conversation.
Yeah, that will detract us a whole lot, you know.
Okay. No, I'm just saying something we can, if you want to weigh in. Why?
It's not something we can dismiss with a way for, because
just
it just
like
confuse people more.
Yeah.
Confuse people.
Okay.
Yeah. So Dr. Damages, let me put it this way. In the conversation that we're having, I believe in your personal chi. Everybody, every living human has their own chi. Whether it be you Muslim or Christian or whatever, you have it. You have a chi that guides you. And if you go against your chi, you are pretty much done. If you go against your chi. And then when you talk about Almighty, we are born and we come to know Oba Sidinelu. And we wake up and we move. But our chi is still what is guiding us. I always defer back to my mother then. My mother, to the best of my knowledge, never walked into a native doctor's house. A native doctor it's not a bad thing to be a native doctor, okay? It's only when you begin to practice something that is dangerous to human beings that your own native doctor becomes a bad thing. I can tell you the last time I entered a native doctor's shrine was way back in 1974. And that native doctor was in Aba Hill. We call him Man Pass Man. And that's the time that we believe that for you to go and play soccer, you have to go and make otomokpo. Come on now. After many years, it comes back to the psychology of human behavior. The native doctor, before our face, he tore up the money supposedly the money that we brought, and then he put his akras on the fire. With the burning, he said, okay, each and every one of you, since you're a man of brave men, come. He will use his knife and cut on your chest. And they say, go. After I looked at all that, I come to the fact that, Dr. Damages, the job you are doing is such that it's a talent that God has given to you, just like what Dr. Moene. It's a talent that you possess. A lot of us don't possess the same kind of talent to swallow the bouquet the way you are doing it. Just like we cannot even attempt or pretend to be Zebrodaya Okorigwamo Balayas 430. I know you saw that one coming. We can't pretend because there was only one man like that in the whole universe, to the best of my knowledge, besides Moles of France or wherever that man comes from. That man. So as we move forward, I believe in your personal chi, and I also say to everybody, each and every day, if they say, God, 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 what can God do you? The God is in you. The God is in you. And if you go against the God that is in you, that one is on Torokocha.
So thank you so much. Let me say this, Rodolph. I was in a rush when I dismissed that question. I mean, it's not fair for somebody to come to a program seeking knowledge and don't get an answer. That's very rude. I'm really apologize to that person who asked that question. Listen, discrimination has been there from way, way back. Okay, people discriminate on different bases. The Osuten is very religious. Before the coming of the white people, they were revered people, sacred, son of the gods, guidance of the gates of the gods. So they was there. But to understand how it is still persisting, I could tell that when I was in high school, I was raised up in a Catholic household. I couldn't date an Anglican girl in the same village, the same town. So discrimination has been there and it's still persisting. In different areas, they have Ume, they have Osu, they have this, that, Odenibo, Nwadiala, whatever. It's there. But with with the emancipation of man, with our knowledge now, we know that nobody has ever died from marrying a girl who is from the other side of town. Or when we were going to Europe for the first missionary journey, unless you remember this, the law was don't marry a white woman. It's the only thing they tell you last before you board the plane. Okay, they keep saying all these things. So it is there. It has no meaning. The more we ignore it, the more they will all go away. If your mind tells you don't do this and don't do it, even to this day, if your father or mother is a knight in a church, somebody who is not from that religion, you don't marry across. It still happens in the Pentecostal churches. So the only time this thing comes up is what? When you want to marry somebody. So that tells you how stupid that setup is. So please don't take it to heart. It's there. It's history. We will look at it and whatever it is. If you can't marry somebody from a different denomination, imagine marrying somebody who doesn't even believe in Christianity. So the division will be there. And that's why we're talking about this very topic is very important. If we do not understand ordinary, if we allow the future generation to jump into this without understanding what it's all about, there will be a clash of creeds. We'll have one day Christians fighting with ordinary people, what I call anis or animism. You don't know. It just means that Tobechukwu said about politics. When you have the political power, you can do worse than what Soludo thinks he's doing. And it's there in history. How did Christianity come up? Constantinople, when he became the emperor. His mother convinced him, and he became emperor. And everything we've known since then, the calendar, okay, the Western civilization is all rooted in Constantinople Constantine becoming an emperor. Okay? Before then, they were killing Christians by feeding them to lions as an afternoon sport. They opened the gate for lions to feed on people who say they're Christians. So this is could happen. If we do not understand it in Igbo land, we'll get to a point where some of these young people will start attacking Christians. So the person that said, I think it was my brother from Edo State. So we have to understand that we are different. But if we do not have that basic understanding, people will grow up and try to get back at Christians, say, oh, they deceived us, they told us about hell and heaven, they took our money, they gave it to Canterbury and to Rome. So please, this is a lightning, and I thank the person who asked the question, and I said, you can read up on it, how it happened, but going forward, let us understand that the caste system is a human structure, if I use that term, a human setup. Even in India, you have it in India, you have it in all over Africa, you have it in Kenya, of course, between different ethnic groups. But we are getting past that. In Nigeria, of course, you live also in Nigeria, you live it. Division between all ethnic groups. That's discrimination that has no basis on anything. And this idea of stereotyping, oh, Igbo people are like this, Yoruba people are this, Edo people are like this, Tiv people are like this. No, it shouldn't be. So when we go to school, that's the first thing that we should push aside. And I think Okadibo has a very good quote on people going to school and still believing in such things. Thank you.
All right. I have a question for Dr. Mo, if you don't mind. I have a question for Dr. Mo.
No, hold on. I just want to let everybody know that our guest has to take care of some spirits, and he won't be able to come back for today. We're going to invite him again and very soon, and it will be a debate. And I think we should have more debates than conversations. I like that format. So
Dr. Damages, with what Professor Moene had just stated, let me put it this way. First of all, I'm from Ibere in Bende local government. I'm on Ibere. And the life we live and the shadows we leave behind. You can't even leave your shadow behind. I'm sorry, you continue to walk with it whether you like it or not. We move forward. Whatever you see me do, it's an example of the life that I have lived. That yesterday, I saw a man from Kansas City, and he was trying to explain to a group of people that were with him who I am. And he was referring back to 1974-75. on our game days. And that is where this issue of know thyself, the things that we know today, look at yourself, each and every one of you out there. If you disown yourself, who you really are, if you don't understand who you are, perhaps if in those days I may have been diagnosed with maybe attention deficit disorder, or maybe you can call it all kinds of things you could describe it as. But what was going on in Aba, I was almost like a myth. That is, in other words, when we carry knife, we go cut, wherever we go. At Aba Stadium, and this is the main story of the whole post that I leave to everybody. When we were playing soccer, I had too much energy that I would do somersaults so many times towards the other people's goal, confusing the people, and they would score goal. Our people would score. So when the match finished, Sacred Heart Aba captured me, took me to their school, said that I was the person who defeated them. Why? Because I used to carry a small pot and I put some things that would begin to blow smoke, and I would be blowing the smoke around the stadium. So that is what I brought upon myself. And I'll put on smoke and everything else around me. So I was almost like, that man, you better stay away from him. But you know what? All those things, nagragra, is a result of the extra energy that you have, that you are exhibiting in the field of soccer. So today, if you have so much energy, use it and use it well. Don't condemn yourself. Today, if you look back at your life, just like I looked at a woman who used to be a mad woman, in the morning she would dress up and come and carry big pot and do things. But right after that, after my mom would give her the things that they eat, she would go back to the main road, stark naked, and stay there. It was only when I came to America and I was telling that story in North Carolina that a prominent family said to me, that was my auntie. Now that I'm in the medical field, now I understand what she was suffering from. It's called postmortem depression. That's what the woman was suffering from. But to us, we called her a mad woman. And when I told that story, she said, that was my auntie. It used to be that when I tried to pass that place where she's naked, she would call me and say, hey, you're passing. You don't know me again. So what is it? We are in the AI stage now. And more things are yet to come. You know, the only thing I will say to the dibia, if he's listening somewhere, the only thing I regret, because the dibia will know about our hair and jaw hair, that one that when it touches you, you miss your way in the bush. The only thing I look back and I say to our forefathers, that when our matriarch used to tell me about when they are traveling to another town to go and do some, whatever they are going to do, damage or good, that there's a tree that they will go and rub their back on. And then off they go. But look at today, we are here. Rudolph is in New York. Dr. L is somewhere. Dibia is somewhere in Nigeria. And what is it that has brought it all together? Television, internet. We didn't even have internet before. During our time, we didn't have internet. So all these things, we should be able to appreciate. Back to your basics. In your bush, there is something in the bush of your village that you should go and learn about.
Find it.
Find it. And when you find it, please bring it to Dr. Damaki's show. I will be just okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to apologize to Mazi Apara. You know, he didn't get a chance to weigh in. I'm sorry about that. Things like this, they happen. But Mazi, what were you going to say to him as we round up? Can you hear me?
He's muted.
He's muted and he's in the dark too.
I'm not back.
We can see your face.
We can see your face.
Sorry, you want to see my face?
The light is back. The light is
such a beautiful face.
It is very cold here anyway.
Okay.
Face.
So what I was trying to ask the young man if he becomes sick, does he go to Orthodox hospital or does he treat himself? Because, you know, these people, sometimes we make some comments he made here was like, he said that he's trying to he must bring the other side, other religion down, which is unfair. Dr. Moore has condemned Professor Soludo that goes into the bush as trying to demolish all those things people believe on, believing that his own Christianity is the best, is the only way. And this young man is also here telling you that his Omenala is the only way, trying to say that he must bring other religion down. I am a Christian, but I'm not a fanatic one. I believe that anything that will help me, you know, spiritually and otherwise. I don't condemn people who practice other religion as long as they are not trying to use their religion on me or other people. So the young man, my question would have been, when you become sick, how do you treat yourself? How do you treat yourself? And Christianity also brought something to us. At least most of us here can read and write. We are on here chatting because of, I think, what Western civilization brought to us. I don't know, Dr. Mo, if these people didn't come to us, do you think that we would have been civilized as we are today?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, massively.
I think that's a wrong.
Yes, massively.
People grow over the years. These people didn't used to have toilet facilities. Okay, you know, instead of throwing the child away with the bathwater, okay, where the father washes, the mother washes, and the other one, the last child is one to bathe last, and all that. You should read about the old Europeans. They were not this quote unquote civilized. Okay,
they're not the bar.
I mean, Benin was more civilized than the part of Portugal. Okay, so let's not go even there. But the fact is, the question you ask, if he's sick, where does he go? He go to a doctor. He's not a doctor. He could be dibia. Remember, I see your parent and Mazi will kind of tie you that to the surface. Dibia has many types. There's dibia alpha. There's dibia mbologu. There's all kinds of dibia. The dibia who cures bone, the orthopedic in Igbo culture, does not cure stomach ache. Dibia does not cure headache. There's a man in my place, his specialty is a woman have a child and she has a very big breast, very big abscess in the breast. So this man will use his mouth to make this thing disappear in 4 days. Okay? With the bad things that is in it. We're very afraid of that man. That's the only thing the man did. There are dibias who do circumcision. Okay? Just hot water and their sharp knife. And the child is screaming. Okay? They are specialists. So these are all dibia. If you are sick, for crying out loud, you go to the hospital. Remember, some churches do not subscribe to Western medicine. They do not subscribe to, what's it called? Changing blood or
blood transfusion.
Blood transfusion or some other things. Okay? They do not subscribe to that. So women do not even go to doctors when they are pregnant.
Okay, finally, doctor, finally, I will log off, doctor, finally. If you say that we would have been civilized like them,
yes.
Why?
Or
even more. Doctor, why 90% of sub-Saharan African countries, including where we are coming from, Nigeria, has no access to water, has no access to road, has no access to electricity? What stops us from having these facilities if we would have been more civilized or civilized like them?
Because we have bad leaders. Very simple answer.
First leaders.
Dubai.
But the same leaders are bringing Chinese contractors Mo, the same leaders are the same Nigerians or black people cannot even construct ordinary roads without English, Chinese, Arab help. That means something is wrong.
We got it wrong. We got it wrong.
Let me come here. Sorry.
We'll still get there. You know, we're trying. Look, there used to be a time when Japanese stuff were cheap quality or say made in Taiwan. They say made in Aba. Okay, we are getting there. Do not run. If you can contribute, if you can make it better, my brother, step up. But do not use this idea of if they didn't come, we would have been doomed. No, I won't.
Somebody who sees himself as subservient to the white man.
No religion. No religion brought civilization to any country.
Exactly.
Religion has no business with civilization. Right? Neither Christianity nor traditional worshippers brought civilization. It is education that brought civilization.
Thank you.
Now I was out for a minute, but some people were calling.
Can I hold on? Can I hold on?
No.
Local P, calm down. I will come to you, please.
No, let you continue.
I wanted Kine to say something about what happened before.
Yes. Yeah. So if I come to Dr. Damage's, if I was on TikTok and I found Dr. Damage's giving a teaching, some teachings, and I stopped by to listen to Dr. Damage's, and I love what Dr. Damage's was saying. And a few days after I come back again, I still see Dr. Damage's, and I listened to what he was saying. And I came back because I love his previous teaching. Then I asked a question, and Dr. Damage's casted a death spell and blocked me. I laughed. I was like, no, I'm used to this. I've seen your type. I left. But I continued to watch Dr. Damage's on other platforms. Right? Now, but each time I watch Dr. Damage's, I feel bad because he could not, or he didn't understand my question, or he couldn't answer my question, and he blocked and he insulted me and blocked me. I felt bad that happened. And then today, I called Dr. Damage's out for casting a death spell on me to remind him that I'm still alive or I'm not dead. And Dr. Damage's said, oh no, I've never been on live session. Really? Okay. So who did I see then? Do I look like a kid to any one of you? But I would just assume that Dr. Damage's has turned to Mr. Mo. I don't know Dr. Damage's anymore. Now, if anybody uses Dr. Damage's,
we're not doubting what you said.
If anybody uses Dr. Damage's,
we need in this kind of there's no need. He who accuses must prove. If you accuse somebody of something so grievous,
in TikTok, right?
Evidence.
Now, in TikTok, when you host live sessions, it doesn't get stuck there. You have to come back and upload it yourself. I have people that run live TikTok that if you go on their platform right now, you will not see any live session there because they don't upload it. They only upload their personal videos there. Am I saying that what our guest is saying is wrong or is lying? No, it could be like somebody came up with AI. I don't know how that works. How somebody would just clone me completely that I will be on live session responding to people.
That's easy to do.
They were asking me questions and I was responding.
Easy. Anybody can do it.
You understand? I've never seen that on TikTok. I've been to.
Was that threat on the comment section, or is it spoken? Was it spoken?
No, I made it on the comment section.
Okay.
All you need to do is to go on that platform and get
it might not be him now. So you see, that's what I'm saying. You see, if he has said that, he could have recalled.
No.
Somebody made a comment on the comment section.
My own comment. The question that I asked was on the comment section, but the response was live. He responded, verbally, and then blocked me. And this has been the format. Once you ask a very serious question, they will block you. Some will even insult you and block you.
Can I, my brother? One thing I just did was I took a picture now of living life, and as long as the phone doesn't crash or damaged, and that's why I've learned to multiply start saving things. When somebody makes such a very serious statement, Because I was about to ask my brother Kene, Igbo glasses, Nanya. You contact.
No, you wouldn't have that time. No. Let me tell you, Igbo Basic, you wouldn't have the space to take any picture because once he blocks you, you are out of that session. You are out of that completely. Once he blocks you, you are out. You can't even come back to that handle.
All I'm trying to say, Kene, is for us to know.
What we are trying to say here is this is a serious.
It's a very serious matter, and I don't take it lightly.
Right? Now, we are not saying whether your encounter with him is true or false, but as far as in this kind of magnitude, that is making a live presentation here, and you could not prove it. There's a way you can put the statement that this happened last time. I was thinking it's you. I'm not too sure. I don't have a proof.
That's wisdom. That's wisdom.
This is the way I felt that day. I may be wrong. I may be right. In that case, he can clear himself whether it's him or not. Now, from all the conversation we have,
now, now I understand. I understand. I understand what you're trying to say. I understand it clearly.
It's not about you trying to understand me. It's about you are looking about your own side, but you don't know the damage you have caused to most of us.
And that is why I said I understand what you just said now. I understand it. So the way and manner I put my presentation, it sounds very wrong, right?
It was a direct accusation.
Thank you. Because, everybody here will attest to the fact that I'm a direct person. Do you understand? I don't try to sugarcoat anything. But as you know, and that is why it's always good to listen to people, right? I've listened to what everybody said. The way and manner I presented it might be very wrong. And if anybody feel offended by that, I'm sorry for that.
Don't apologize. You are not wrong.
It won't profit me anything to accuse anybody wrongly. You understand?
Can everybody let me moderate? Please. It doesn't help us if everybody's talking at the same time. Kene is talking. Let him finish.
Yeah. So I can't come up on this kind of show to accuse anybody in a wrong way. I can't do that. I just felt bad because this is somebody that I love following his teachings. He and one Mazi something. Yeah. Mazi Dibia. So I love following them. But I felt bad that he responded to me that because it felt like he's not even different from others. Because when I go to all those prophets that will see that you'll be buying car tomorrow, and I'll be like, how do you know that he's buying car? Do you even know if he has money? They will just insult me or block me or tell me that, the son of the devil is here. They will just block. I was like, you're not even different from this type of people. So I felt bad that happened, right? And that was why I come up with it. And not that I'm even, not that I even take it serious. I don't even take it serious. I don't even take it to heart, but it's just me seeing him. I was like, okay, let me use the opportunity to remind him that what he did wasn't really right. But maybe the way I presented it wasn't that nice. So I feel sorry for that. As you know, I have no evidence now.
But Dr. Damage, can I speak, please?
Hold on, everybody, please. We have to round up. It's been almost 4 hours. Obvious. Go ahead.
I don't think you should be quick to either render apology or conclude on that yet, for obvious reason. Unless you are just making shit up, right? If you are a victim of AI, that doesn't mean you should apologize. It means that you bring it to his attention. Why am I saying this? He make it easier for you. He's not just saying he has never gone live on TikTok. He's in every other platform, right? Which is very easy to navigate. And if you didn't see anything like that, you not bring it to his attention and say, come on, somebody else is using your name. Unless you just making it up. If you're actually sure that you saw that live, somebody is using it. So you're actually bringing something into his attention and he should go after that. There's no point when you know people are using your image and your name to do all sorts of things and you just keep quiet and all your defense is that, I've never gone live. It's also going to go to pass. So I don't think it's just easy for you to just start apologizing. No, it's a big issue. It's also a thing we all should be aware that it's not everything that comes on the comment section that is actually human made that is there. But it's something you should be investigated. Don't just close the matter yet. You don't do anything wrong. You are actually acting as a human being. If you actually feel that you saw something live, you are reacting to it, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? And he's defending himself by saying, "Come, I've never gone live in all the platforms." So again, very easy. Just if you TikTok, watch.
No, I actually saw one live he did. So I went back to search his live videos. I saw one live he did on YouTube, which I shared with Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Kenneth. Local P.
First thing first, Dr. Damages, this question is to you. Whenever I'm speaking, I don't care what the type of things. Do I make sense to you?
No, even now, you don't.
No problem.
Next
time when you block me, I won't complain.
Local P. This is the issue. I know that when you sit down with forefathers and you are evening section, you guys do things differently.
How do you mean?
And it's okay, but it's just that
what you are blocking me for right now.
You see what you're doing.
You didn't meet them.
Local P, you see what you're doing. I'm speaking now, so you wait. I waited for you to speak, but you can't help yourself. So that's the issue.
So, but my anger now is that, right? These guys, you can forefathers was OVA. They did worse than what you just muted me for just now. That's why I asked you that question. If maybe because I don't make sense, that's why you just mute me, and you allow those who make sense to continue arguing us to talk about.
No, I called OVA to speak, and he spoke. But your own is that constantly interrupting. Anyway. But you make sense. You always make sense. I love your presentation.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's see. We'll have to round up.
Okay.
Wait. There's somebody who has not even said anything, and you guys are just fighting over time.
Now we don't my tongue.
He's not in Nigeria. Mr. Ike is not in Nigeria. So
you don't reach my tongue. You come out to me. Okay, continue.
I thought you are done now. Are you
me? That was the
preface. That was the preface.
Why you block me first?
All right. Hold on, Christian. Let's.
So, in a nutshell, yeah. So, wasn't that the guy he didn't come back? You understand? For me, in a nutshell, what I got from what he was saying, yeah, it's not that he's not correct. I think his understanding is not big enough or massive enough to understand what myself and Mo were saying. That's just what I saw. That's why when he's talking about finding your own cannot just come from anywhere. There's an origin. You have to tap a source from somewhere. That's why I broke it down to his father and his four brothers. If himself and his brothers leave their father's house, they will definitely start from where what their father taught them first, before they build on their own altar, wherever they want to go and find his own path. You understand? If he's looking for his own path, he has to draw source inspiration from his own father. And that is what himself and his four siblings would do, the male siblings. That's what. So he can't just wake up, leave his father's house, and or what my father used to do when I was small. Forget about them. Go and start forming your own. Thinking about it. It doesn't.
No, but local. That's what he's saying. What you are saying, right? That
no.
Hold on.
Myself. Let me finish. Myself. Him is saying you don't have to look for source. Look for source or common. Start your own. That's what he's saying.
No. Yeah, it's a choice. He said it's a choice.
Okay, guys.
If you want to have a family,
Ovie, hold that thought.
I have a question. Just one question. Just a second, please. Maybe I miss when he said that, but every dibia has something he does that explains his dibia stuff, right? Our guess, what kind of dibia is he? I don't know.
Okay.
Can you help me?
Yeah, thank you. Let me just say this. There will be an after show. KJ is ready at the other stream for you guys to analyze this to death. And from the analysis, we also get what we're going to ask him next time he comes. So it's very important that we do that. But I want to hear Christian and hear Ike, and then Mo will round up for us. All right, Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. When I actually listened to him, but it seems that my internet wasn't so much helpful to me to see the whole most of his. But I had all his presentations and asked him questions. But the reason I asked him the question is like, one of the things about civilization, the mark of civilization, is to be able to organize. When I asked most Igbo intellectuals about these cultural issues. There seem to be some kind of evasive because in their answers. But my own take is simple. You know, I went to a white man's church. He told me that God is limited. So so he said God is limited by free will of man. So I came back and started thinking about it. Then I understand that human being is made of two aspects, the spiritual and the physical. Now, the more we understand the phenomenon around us, the less God we attribute things to God. So it seems to me that the Igbos are abandoned, you know, because of the way they, you know, when the Christianity came, they came with all sorts of things, not just only Christianity. They have forgotten they came with something like Freemason, Rosicrucian, all that sort of thing. But the Igbos seem to have abandoned their own culture, our own religion, you know, a way of doing things, and embrace wholeheartedly the Christianity, which basically it's not serving us very well, at least for now, in the Nigerian situation we find ourselves. And other ethnic groups like the Yorubas and the Fulanis, they were able to adapt these foreign cultures. And you know, culture is living thing, so it does interact. They were able to use their own system or templates to adapt those foreign cultures to suit them. You know, our people enter this reformed Ogboni fraternity today. They didn't realize it was somebody that actually reformed it from their ancient system. So when I talked about Nze, you know, he said he was Nze. I did ask him, was he Nze? Does he wear an rozo and those kind of thing? Because some of these societies play very important role in development of every society. But it seems that the Igbos feel like they have embraced Christianity, but they don't understand the full things about Christianity, why it doesn't work for us. So that's my take. I would have loved to ask him, explore these issues with him, basically. That's
all right. Thank you, Kristen. And what we're going to do, like I said, we are going to do more of debates where we have conversations than, you know, the nature of things we've been doing, you know, like on Saturdays when we just discuss issues in the news, so that we can go in depth and get some other people. I just got a message from Ginger Media, and he will connect me to Professor Agwu, who I've been looking for.
Yes.
Also in that.
Yes.
All right, Ike.
Yes.
After you and more, we round it up. KJ is waiting to do more conversation about what we've been discussing. Go ahead, Ike.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Happy Sunday to everybody. Dr. Damages, I have not come to say anything. I just came to attack you here this afternoon because I'm just joking. But
I'm used to that.
I wasn't steady watching because today is Sunday. It's the only day most of us have time to look at your home and do certain things in your house. Monday is another day of work. But what I saw was several times righteous man wanted to speak here. I saw when you said that after somebody speaking, it's going to be righteous man, but he ended up not speaking. And you said from your own that I know you're from Nigeria, which I'm going to give righteous man the next opportunity because he's speaking from Nigeria. But from the time I was still here, he never had that opportunity. He signed out. I know he got angry, he signed out. He came back again. You started with Lokopi, with the people that he had been here waiting for. He was ready, he was waving his hand. I know sometimes it's difficult for you to, to control everything. But what I'm trying to say, if you find time, tell him you're sorry because, maybe you couldn't figure out, what happened. You couldn't let him speak. That's the only thing I want to say about today, not about the conversation that took place.
All right, thank you, Ike.
Ike, righteous man actually spoke, unless I have an earplug. He spoke.
He did.
And on that note, Dr. Damages, if you allow me 1 second, I'll just end up with a song before Dr. Ene goes. What you know will know you. If you know dibia, dibia will know you. If you know sports will know you. Whatever you know, and that's the principles on which we go forward.
Now they are composing music right here.
Yeah.
Okay, Mo, before you speak, let me just say that I've followed our guest on Facebook. I didn't even know he had TikTok or other accounts, and I've seen his interaction with people, and sometimes this our 3-hour thing is too long. People have been telling me that it's too long, and no matter how composed you are, after 2 hours you are stressed, and it doesn't bring out the best in people. But again, it gives us a chance for them to also, for us to know who they are, break them down. After a while, you maybe get it at the beginning, but eventually you break down and you talk like normal people, and that's why I like the interaction section of these conversations. But I'm not trying to say that Kene. I'm just going back to Kene and what happened. There are a lot of people on social media, but if Kene is sure of the conversation they had, I'm not thinking it's AI. I don't think the AI has gotten to the point where you set up somebody and someone to be there and we'll be questioning that person.
I will be sending you video, Dr. Lameji.
Okay.
Based on what you said now.
Okay, all right. I don't think it's up at that point. But what I'm saying is that there's something that Jonaba actually captured it. There's a way you frame your question, especially when you don't have something you can present. When somebody say, especially something as big as something like that. But my own reading is that from all I've seen, his interactions with people, I don't see him as somebody who will say something like that. But again, it's from my own reading. I've not seen him under serious stress to say. But it's important that we should think about that. No matter who is the guest, that person is still the guest. And no matter what we think, even our interaction with the person, we should always, at any point, be able to understand, how to present things. We're not here to run anybody down or do anything like that. We're just trying to have a conversation. All right, Dr. Mo.
Yes, thank you, Rudolph. That's a very good thing. I remember this sort of thing happened with the prophet Isa.
Yeah.
Somebody threw him a question. I was kind of, almost threw him off. So please, let's just be mindful of that, even when we are right. So thank you so much, Rudolph. This is very important. This is the first time, really, I could remember we've had this kind of discussion around Ordinary, which is something that is propping up. I see many young people talking about going back to the rules, Omenani and everything there. By the way, somebody asked about Omena and Ordinary. These are all synonyms of culture. You can use any one of them. It's culture, tradition, heritage, and all that. So they're all encompassing with the word A-L-A at the end, which is Allah. And then the word A-N-I, which is Ani, which is the spirit of the earth. So everything is about earth. We are earthlings, we are people of the earth. Everything we do is about the earth. We hold the earth very sacred. And that's all there is to the Igbo religion. So I'm happy that this is happening. Okay. And I just was trying to impress on Tobe, to get other like minds. Let's come to a point where we can agree on something. Of course, there's nothing like perpetual truth. It's only when you know the nature of God that you can say, aha, this is where it is. No, because to know God will be the end of knowledge. Nobody knows. I believe in that. So, but we'll keep discussing. I'm coming to come with a common view on something we can hold dear. And if time comes where we have to leave them behind and move on, we move on. You see, the Igbo have no apology to offer to anybody for dismantling a deity. You know what that means? What we call God. The Igbo have no apology. They tell you they make up the deity, and if you start behaving weird, they will dismantle it. There's a proverb which says, so they don't even fear these gods, but they work with them. They propitiate. The traditionalists were called Ndi Ogomo because they were talking to spirits. That's why the Christians know them as. They say, do it. You can propitiate a spirit and try to ask for favors, which we do every time in Kola Nut communion. That is, offer a little bit to earth and offer some to benevolent deities, hoping that they will influence your day's work, your givings. Even these guys that do money rituals, they don't know what they are doing. But what they are doing is simple psychology. If you give 10 or 20 people power and 10 of them succeed, of course, you beat your chest and say, oh, because they came to me and they went somewhere, did something, and they made money. So we have to educate people. We have to do more of this, try to talk to the young ones to understand that nobody knows the ways of the gods. This belongs to the spiritual realm. And people who come over here to claim to us that they did, that they know it all, they do not know it all. So we free our mind, but it doesn't stop us from coming together. This is an organization. We have been organizing talks to talk to ourselves about different issues. And I believe you, I'm here every Sunday, every Saturday. You might not see me, but I do listen. When I called up, I say, listen, this is wrong. He said, oh, were you there? I say, yes, I was there. So I like it, guys. I congratulate all of you for staying through this. And this is a way to make our society a better place. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Can I ask Dr. Mo one question before this?
Oh, God. You guys.
Okay.
Okay, Obi, one question.
Go ahead. He deserves it.
Yes, Dr. Mo, earlier on you alluded to the fact that with the way we are going, if we don't actually pay attention and teach the next generation the differences, they are bound to crash in the future between the Christianity and all that.
And
which I will argue that is how it was in the past. It's just that the traditionalists lost to the Christian. And I appreciate there's a guy who came, I think the guy from Germany who was talking about civilization. He alluded to the rhetoric, the words that Nze was using against the Christianity, which is to me the fight has started. But the question now is, now that we understand that, even though everybody has its own goal in terms of, every quarter, every society, we are able to live in harmony, most of the time. So how we see this discrimination that you highlighted in terms of don't marry from here, don't do this, are the ways of the invaders to see tears of past, even though their attempt is to bring us together under Christianity, but they still impute all those kind of way for us to don't do this, don't do that, don't do that. So my question now is that aren't we still fighting their fights? If we are still saying this person is a witch, don't do this, aren't we still fighting their fights? And if that is the case, when are we going to start fighting our own fight in terms of now looking inward and say, okay, this thing we are used against us, why do we have this law in place in terms of various communities?
My brother, you've answered your own question. That's why we're here. That's why we're talking. Exactly. The day you stop talking, that's the way you start dying. Even in Nigeria, forget all this things they talk about Igbo, Yoruba, this. It's not because people do not understand. When you meet people one-on-one, people are nice. That's why I believe the human being is basically a nice creature until something happens. This group thing, oh, they're against us, oh, they're this, oh, they're this. That's when we start getting into trouble. So the more we talk, the more we take this to the religious end, to the political end. I like you presenting some people that I don't like us, political principles. But the fact is, I respect that. I love that. That's what we believe in. And I begin to see these people in a different light. Because I'm saying, this guy makes sense. And this person behind him must make sense too. So what I'm saying in effect is this. Let's not wait until we get a replay. If we get a replay this time, my brother is going to be bloody. It's going to be bloody. People are going to do very terrible things. In Nsukka, the past 2 weeks alone, 5 reverend fathers were killed.
Just like that.
We don't even know why it's happening. Before, you dare not do that. You touch in any place. You don't kill a dibia. You don't kill a reverend. You don't. Now they kidnap archbishops and ask for ransom. What went wrong? You see what I mean? So we have to begin to teach the younger ones. There are things that are sacred. Human beings are sacred. You cannot create a man. A man is not just body. A man has spirit. Okay? In Igbo, we say mandu. The beauty of life is a man. It's the beauty of life. But there's a spirit component to a man. You can't kill the spirit. The spirit lives on. So I don't know it all, but I love this. I love the conversation, and I believe that it will take us somewhere. Once again, Rudolph, thank you so much. And I say,
I appreciate you.
The woman behind the man who allows you to do these things.
And Dr. Damage's Christian, my brother, he asked a question here, which I thought we shouldn't leave on the table. Christian asked the question, why is it that we let me use the word rigmarole, that we're not as direct, that we're not as direct. The purpose of using proverbs to have a conversation, and this goes to my brother Kere, if you listen to the elders speak, they will speak and speak and speak. They're telling you everything. It's all packed in the same statement they are making. But you cannot turn around and nail them. And that is why we go around. We have said everything you wanted to hear. We just didn't tell you shut up. We told you shut up so many times.
Yeah, but the fact is that Kene is also an elder.
Yes.
All right.
That's why Kene, I just put it in there. I was answering Christian's question, and I said to my brother, and get the bit of your careful.
This will never end. Thank you, everybody. Wait, hold on, guys. I'll come back and thank everybody.
Eddie Kwansa bio bio, Eddie Kwansa bio bio, Eddie Kwansa bio bio, Izukama na nedio biao biao, Eddie Kwansa bio bio, Eddie Kwansa bio bio. Eddie Kwansa bio bio, Izukama na nedio biao biao.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here and being part of this conversation. I want to thank those that supported us. We have a new member. I told you guys the best way to help us to keep this platform going is to be a member. We have a Black Beauty, just became a YouTube member. So there are opportunities for you to be a member, and very soon we'll be rolling out a few things for our member assembly. Well, it's something that way to help us so that we can keep this channel going. I want to thank you, Black Beauty. We want to thank Oriako Tobe for your support. Igbo Basics, thank you. Kulata, thank you. And Ken, thank you so much for your support. We appreciate all of you. Until next week. Oscar Blackbone. Thank you so much for your support. Next week, we're going to bring another guest for you to be here and be part of this ongoing conversation we're having. Dr. Mo, thank you so much for being here. Ike, thank you so much for being here. Ovie, thank you so much. Igbo Basics, thank you. Christian, thank you so much. Kene, thank you. And Local P, Troublemaker, thank you so much for being here. All right, on behalf of people behind the scene who helped out, I appreciate all of you. Next Sunday, we are going to have another interesting guest. Until then, take care and enjoy your week. Bye.
We need Dr. Mo.